888-285-5263. WMMR. We'll go to Rich for the answer. Yo, Rich, good morning.
Good morning.
Rich, what is Chief Wiggins' first name?
Is it Clancy?
It is. Hang on, Rich.
I saw a... you go ahead, Preston. I'll tell you in a second.
Got yourself a $50 gift card to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse in Horsham. Struggling to find a restaurant for everyone, Nebraska has you covered, and they offer 15 different cuts of meat and salmon for one set price. August's meat of the month is ribeye.
Ooh.
Info and reservations at Nebraska.com.
So Matt Groening is in this list of top comedy people, I guess, in the world as far as money earners, and they estimate his wealth at $660 million.
Ooh. Wow.
Creator of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Not a bad turn for a guy who just started doing a little comic strip in magazines.
Oh, yeah. Did you know it's up a notch above him, though? It would be the South Park guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy. All right. So we'll start with this. It happened. The news came out yesterday. We were gone, but Ann Heche was removed from life support on Sunday. Brought her life to an end. She was 53 years old. She had been declared brain dead on Friday, 9 days after she had crashed her car into a home in Los Angeles. Heche, an organ donor, had remained on life support until recipients could be identified, and it was not immediately known how many people would benefit. Her family acknowledged Thursday that she was not expected to survive her injuries from the crash, and her family said in a statement Friday that she had still been on life support, and they had said, we have lost a bright light and a kind, joyous soul, a loving mother and a loyal friend. She will be deeply missed, but she lives on through her beautiful son's iconic body of work and her passionate advocacy. Her bravery for always standing in her truth, spreading her message of love and acceptance will continue to have lasting impact. Los Angeles police said Thursday that a blood draw had showed that Heche had drugs in her system and that the case was being investigated as a felony DUI traffic collision. But on Friday night, after the declaration, she was brain dead, which made her legally deceased. And California police said that there would be no further investigative efforts made in this case.
You know what I forgot about her was that movie 6 Days, 7 Nights, I think it was, with Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
When that movie was, they were sinking a lot of money into Anne Heche as the next big movie, female movie star.
Yeah.
And when that movie was primed to come out, I think it was a Harvey Weinstein thing, I'm not sure. But anyway, it was a comedy, a rom-com with Harrison Ford as a pilot. And during the lead up to it, she appeared on the red carpet with Ellen DeGeneres. And everyone went ballistic. It's like, we're trying to make you this thing in the movies. And Harrison Ford, they were going to like fire her from the movie, and Harrison Ford stepped in and said, "No, don't do that, or I'm walking."
I remember what a big deal that was. Absolutely. All right, well, moving on to lighter fare. This weekend is going to be another big one for Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez. According to Page Six, newlyweds are going to be throwing a 3-day wedding at Affleck's estate in Riceboro, Georgia, just 1 month after they got hitched in Vegas.
To me, a 3-hour wedding is too much.
An insider exclusively said that the actress and actor have an intimate celebration for family and friends planned. It's going to be all about J-Lo, the source said.
Tell me, are you all having a good time?
The Ben wants all of the focus to be on her for their big day.
What guy says, I want it to be on me?
A rehearsal dinner is scheduled for Friday. The wedding ceremony will be held on Saturday, and a barbecue and picnic is going to follow on Sunday.
How much money you think is burning up because of this thing?
I couldn't even start to guess. J-Lo is expected to wear a custom couture Ralph Lauren dress that was made in Italy.
So do you know that when they do when the DJ hands out those inflatable guitars during these, they're actually handing out Stratocasters, Preston.
And Vogue reportedly will be capturing the event. Matt Damon, Jimmy Kimmel, Casey Affleck, Andrea Di Matteo are a few of the stars expected to be in attendance.
Wow.
Are we going to put a timeline on this wedding or no?
I would like to think, this is, to me, so nice that they found each other again and they were more mature, or he was more mature, or whatever. I'm going to give them 8 months.
Right, yeah, well, I mean, wasn't there footage of her kind of like holding him up
real love
last week? Like he was
what, he was like drunk?
A little drunk or something?
I didn't see that.
Nah, I heard about it. I didn't see it
Tell me,
myself.
am I drunk?
I don't think so. I think they should sort of try to stay out of the public. I know it's hard for them, and things like this don't help. but just live their lives. You know, that was what I think killed it in the beginning, the first time around. And, of course, the rumors that he had cheated on her.
Yep. I think they're going to go to the distance.
I want to hear that. I think that's good.
Distance or the distance?
For the actual real life.
What's the
distance.
Hollywood distance? 5 years?
No, Hollywood distance is like 10 years.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
That's actually immortal at that level.
Yeah.
No way. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna give him 7 years.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Well,
Our contract ends in 2030, right?
yeah. So we'll
Yeah, I
check.
think they'll still be going in 2030.
All right.
Oh,
I
look
love
at
the
you.
romantic in you guys.
All right. Ezra Miller, speaking of the DC universe, since we were on Batman there for a moment, Ezra Miller says that they are finally seeking treatment for complex mental health issues. Representatives for the Justice League star said in a statement, having recently gone through a time of intense crisis, I now understand that I am suffering complex mental health issues and have begun ongoing treatment.
So I'm just curious so we know his mother's in the picture. He went and spent some time with his mother. Maybe she's the one that convinced him that he needed help, but it seemed like for the longest time he was just running around and no one in his life was saying, you need to tap the brakes.
The statement continued saying, I want to apologize to everyone that I have alarmed and upset with my past behavior. I am committed to doing the necessary work to get back to a healthy, safe, and productive stage in my life.
The problem is he runs so fast.
The Variety report goes on to mention that the actor's behavior has been worrying the Friends stars and Warner Brothers, the studio behind, of course, the DC Comics movie franchise. As recently as last spring, Miller was still reshooting scenes for the movie. The future of the Flash franchise has been potentially muddied by Miller's controversies, but their most recent arrest became the third time that the actor was arrested this year. So, but it sounds like Ezra is starting to get this out there and float that I might be the problem here.
Yes, it's conceivable.
Take a good look at it. So that is that's a step in the right direction.
What's with all these lunatics around me?
Author and TV host Padma Lakshmi, the ex-wife writer Salman Rushdie, has said that he is pulling through after being stabbed on Friday. Rushdie, who was once the subject of a fatwa for his writing, was attacked while on stage in Western New York on Friday and was rushed to the hospital. At the time of writing, Rushdie was still in the hospital being treated for severe injuries. However, the author's agent said that he is on the road to recovery.
He got some bad injuries.
Yep. And Lakshmi told her followers on Twitter, relieved that Salman is pulling through after Friday's nightmare. Worried and wordless, can finally exhale now, hoping to for a swift healing.
So just 2 days before this knife attack, he had given an interview where he said at this point he feels like he's pretty much in the clear from that fatwa.
I mean, there was a whole plot line on Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David ended up getting a fatwa, and Salman Rushdie was a part of that. Like, he was giving him advice, and they were making fun of the fact that essentially for Salman Rushdie, this had all but gone away.
Right.
And here we are with this incident happening.
In an email earlier in the day, Rushdie's agent, Andrew Wiley, said he's off a ventilator, so the road to recovery has begun. It will be long. The injuries are severe, but his condition is headed in the right direction.
A fatwa sounds like nachos, like something.
Yeah.
You want to get a table fatwa? It sounds so pleasant.
I don't
and
know,
it's
man.
Not.
Can you hold the jalapenos on the fatwa, please?
A little gassy.
A little gassy.
In the initial aftermath of the attack on Rushdie, figures from across the literary world had shared their reactions and sent messages of support to the author.
My buddy does that all the time, Nick, where something will happen and he'll go, that'll be a great Curb Your Enthusiasm episode, right?
It probably already was.
And it probably already was, but the latest one he did, he was like, the whole Jeep Wave thing, you know, people do the Jeep Wave.
Right.
He was like, there should be a whole episode where somebody thinks he's doing a Jeep Wave, but and he's like, that's what I do. He's like, every single time, like, I just come up with these scenarios for Curb Your Enthusiasm. I digress, Preston. I took that like 3 or 4 sentences too long. I'm back.
You know what?
I'm back.
I'm going to take the
baby.
I think you finished extraordinarily strong.
I'm back.
I think you're back. In fact, if you have 2 more sentences in you, I'd like to hear more.
Okay. I don't have.
He ran out.
I ran out.
Yeah.
I ran out of sentences.
There's no words.
Yeah.
I can't.
swear to God,
I can't go on.
As you're saying these things, you're wondering, like, okay, now I have to figure out a way to wrap this up or to tie this back into what we were talking about.
There is a whole slew of nonverbal communication that goes on in this room. And there was a moment where I started a sentence and I was like, okay, he's not even, I don't even know if you're listening right now. Preston. Yeah. I think you were like 5 sentences deep into your next story.
Preston goes into the, okay, he kind of hunkers down. Okay, where are we going? And then I start to look past the camera here to look at you and to see how.
I don't even know if you do that. There's
committed you are to
there's
it.
an audible exhale from you a lot of times, Steve, where it's just a.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, this is I can either abandon now or I can try.
I didn't find that particularly that distracting.
Or I could try to salvage this thing. And I tried to salvage it, and I'm like, oh, geez.
Have you ever thought of faking a heart attack?
Oh, my God.
Wait a minute. What's happening with Casey?
No. But
He'd
Steven.
get sympathy that way.
Funny you should say. I
there's
think
a story?
if I ever get carjacked or mugged on the street, I'm going to fake a heart attack because I figure they're not going to kill a guy who's already dying.
May I suggest something else? Suggest to the robber a potential plot line for Curb Your Enthusiasm.
There you go.
He'll kill me.
And no, he'll leave.
Shut up.
He'll just leave. Okay, so months after slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars, Will Smith is slowly stepping back into the public life, this time with his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, by his side. The couple put on a united front in their first public outing together since the infamous award ceremony in March, enjoying a lunch date over the weekend.
So they went out to lunch. That's
lunch.
amazing that couples can do that they can pull it together and go out to lunch.
Go to lunch.
You know, when they do these types of things, though, Steve, maybe you have better insight into it than I do, but like sometimes I think they decide to do this and then they have their PR person or whatever alert the paparazzi to make sure that they're there for the photos, you know, and then it becomes a story that Preston reads or whatever.
Well, in the return to normalcy, and it's all part, none of this is, and like as Kathy has pointed out, you do your management of celebrities, Kathy.
Right, yeah.
None of this is by happenstance.
Right.
That whole thing about the apology and the video that he did to all of this is timed out specifically, right?
Including the lunch.
Including the lunch.
With
I
his
don't
wife.
think, though, Nick, a lot of
They
times-
had some fatwa. And
I don't think they have to call the paparazzi. I think they know that the paparazzi's going to be be
they tip off the paparazzi. It's what they do. I think,
They'll alert the ones that they like because every now and then they'll find a paparazzi guy, a pap.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, this guy takes good photos or he's not an a-hole when we drive home or whatever. And so they'll give that guy a tip. Hey, or take a picture of us at, whatever restaurant they're going to.
Nick's headed out to lunch today. I was just calling to let you know.
Right.
He's leaving at 12:35.
By the way, they were
catch
outside.
and go then.
They were outside of one of Nick's favorite places. They were at Nobu in Malibu.
So how was the food at
Saturday.
Nobu?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's one of the best meals I've ever had. And I paid for it.
They walked back to their car, and in a video obtained by TMZ, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air alum can be seen leaving the popular celebrity eatery first,
God damn, that was a good chili dog.
with Pinkett Smith trailing behind and appearing to hold on to his belt loop.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Would you care to suck on a chili dog?
The Red Table Talk host mostly kept her head down, but Smith chose to acknowledge the photographers, throwing a wave and even a peace sign.
You know what,
There
though,
you go.
Steve? That's how they keep their Hollywood figures, is they don't eat the chili dog. They just suck on it.
Yep, exactly. They don't actually eat it. They
When
just
you're
suck on it.
losing calories for a movie.
Yeah. Coda actor Troy Kotsur's Jeep with his Oscar inside was stolen over the weekend.
Oh, man.
While he was visiting his hometown of Mesa, Arizona. Police said in a statement that Kotsur's Jeep was stolen Saturday and recovered later that night.
Well, the Academy Awards presentation was a while ago. Why is the award still in his Jeep?
Well, they said once Mr. Kotsur notified the Department of the Theft, officers began their investigation, and through investigative techniques, they located the vehicle with 2 juvenile males inside. The juveniles admitted to stealing the Jeep and were charged with theft of means of transportation. They have not been identified because of their ages. The vehicle was returned with everything inside. So he, of course, became the first deaf man to win an Oscar when he took home Best Supporting Actor honors in March for his role in Coda. He apparently was in Mesa to be honored for the win, so that is probably why he had it with him.
He's great. He's sensational. The movie's sensational. If you want to talk about a touching, beautiful movie, it is that. I know you do, as I do. I ride around with all our radio awards in the backseat of my car in a protective seat.
Yeah, for just such an occasion you might need
I have
your
awards.
I have an award here.
You know what, though?
Officer, I know I was speeding, but check out my awards in the backseat.
The Oscar would actually make for a good gear shifter on a Jeep. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, probably.
Who brought in an Oscar? We had one in studio one time. Was it an actor? You guys remember?
Oh, no, I think they brought one in.
The Academy
Oscar,
bringing it?
yeah.
Oh.
Or something
They were
along
giving it
those
to
lines.
Kathy. It was a special honor.
That's right.
She won the Cecil B. DeMille Award.
Right.
For that time she played a whore?
Marissa remembers.
I believe they brought in an Oscar just for us to hold and pose with, but
Yeah.
the same day Rob Zombie was in studio.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting. All right. Speaking of music, artists, as Rob Zombie was brought up, Michelle Branch is setting herself free. The singer filed for divorce from her husband, Black Keys drummer Patrick Carney, on Friday. In the filing, Branch cited irreconcilable differences as a reason for their split, and the documents state that the parties are no longer capable of resuming their marital relationship and living together as husband and wife. Now, Branch took this step to divorce her husband of 3 years only one day after she announced their separation amid claims of his infidelity and her arrest following an alleged domestic dispute between them.
So
they got in a
apparently
fight.
she found out about the cheating and slapped his ass.
Yeah. In the divorce papers, Branch also requested that she be named primary residential parent of the pair's son, Reese James, and daughter, Willie Jacket, as well as asking that Carney receive a reasonable parenting time privileges while paying child support.
I realized that when I was reading this article, and I just kind of did a back, check on Michelle Branch. I like a number of her songs.
I can't ever this is the song I think of, and it's not her. This isn't her. But every time I see the name, I'm like, oh.
Tweeting and deleting accusations of Carney's cheating. She wrote, "To say that I am totally devastated doesn't even come close to describing how I feel for myself and for my family. The rug has been completely pulled from underneath me, and now I must figure out how to move forward with such small children. I ask for privacy and kindness." She was arrested on August 11th and booked for domestic assault. According to an arrest affidavit, police were called to the house around 2 a.m. for a domestic disturbance. Branch told police that she and her husband were arguing over marital issues and admitted to slapping him in the face 1 to 2 times. Carney did not have any visible injuries. She was released on a $1,000 bond. Her court date has been set for November 7th. So, yeah, trouble right there.
And these are people you would not figure would be in this kind of situation, It's like when Paul Simon and Edie Brickell, remember they had that whole thing?
Yeah, there was
those two?
Domestic thing going on there, too. Yeah. Tom Holland is getting real about how social media affects his mental health. The actor posted a video to Instagram on Sunday sharing why he's decided to take a break from the platform. He said, I have to take a break from social media for my mental health because I find Instagram and Twitter to be overstimulating, to be overwhelming.
He's right.
He continued, I get caught up and I spiral when I read things about me online. And ultimately, it's very detrimental to my mental state. So I decided to take a step back and delete the app.
The problem with social media is that it's so supportive, is that you get full of yourself, right?
The actor said he returned to Instagram briefly to share this update and to promote the app for STEM4, which is a charity focused on mental health. So, yeah, good for him, man. Take a break. Walk away from it. Be done with it if you want to.
Right.
And
people have.
Yeah, absolutely.
You find a lot of liberation in X-Hamster.
I've been taking a nice.
You've been off for a while, yeah?
Yep, absolutely.
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
The best friend you can have is a jerkmate, correct?
Of course. Actress Abby Jacobson appeared on the Today Show on Monday and talked about getting to know Mabel Blair, a 95-year-old former baseball player who helped inspire the 1992 film A League of Their Own. Now, Jacobson stars in the film's reboot series for Amazon Prime. Rochelle and I watched the first episode.
How is it?
I liked it a lot.
Okay. It got mixed reviews, and I wanted to. I love the original movie. I wanted to see the series.
I enjoyed the first episode.
Okay.
So it's they're taking it in a different direction.
She went to Conestoga High School.
Oh, no way.
Same as me, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she's the girl I was telling you about, Preston, last week. She has a relationship with Dallin, who is David Wisickinen's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Abby was has been in a lot of different things over the years, and we had her on one time. She once went on a date with my brother and didn't remember that whatsoever.
Well, she's the lead on this show.
Yeah, she's a great actress.
I went to the same school as Nick McElwain.
No. Abby was born in 84.
Now, this woman, Mabel Blair, played for the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League, and Jacobson said she initially came on to consult about what it was like to be on the league, what it was like to play baseball and softball at the time. In doing so, we really got to know her. She said she had not been publicly out and talked about how in that league, a lot of women were queer, and it was a very sort of hidden part of that experience. The 95-year-old made the decision to come out publicly during a panel discussion at the show's Tribeca Film Festival premiere. So she came out at 95.
Yeah.
Dear God, she had to wait that long. Jacobson said, it made me feel that the show is telling those stories and it can impact people that haven't seen themselves. And for someone who is 95 to finally come out is simultaneously incredible for her to be finally who she is, but also I think pretty heartbreaking that it took 95 years for her to be who she is.
Didn't that happen with Clive Davis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He came out like 84, 85?
Yep, late in life.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. You thought you were going to get away from it, but
No!
Yes.
Kim Kardashian
I knew it.
and Northwest, we're headed into the gender sphere, by the way.
Just make sure you go through the airlock, because you get sucked right out into space. Come to think of it.
Kim and Northwest have taken their mother-daughter outings to new heights on Sunday.
No.
The Kardashian star posted a video compilation of her and North ziplining together.
Come on.
Through a forest.
That can't have looked comfortable or
To her, yes.
like it's on her social media.
Well, she stayed in position and they moved the mountains past her.
Right. That's what I would think.
It says here that she posted it. Now, I don't know
Maybe it was in her stories.
on which one she did it, but
I'm tired of the stories thing.
in one part of the montage, North says, "That's my mom," as Kim glides through the air.
That's right, baby doll.
So they're doing stuff that we do.
You having fun, sweetie pie?
They're going zip lining.
Oh wait, come on. She's wakeboarding.
No.
She is, but I mean, it looks like it could be fake, Steve. Like there's a fake wave.
Well, she's holding
and
on to the tow line.
Well,
She's
yeah,
holding-
it's still hard.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last story.
Not that hard.
Turns out that Millie Bobby Brown is staying true to her Stranger Things roots in her choice of college. According to a new interview with Allure magazine, Brown is an online college student at Purdue University. Brown is studying human services, where you learn about the system and how to help young people, she said. Purdue's Human Services program is designed to provide students with basic knowledge in human development and family studies, skills for working with people in service agencies, and program evaluation skills. Now, there are many Indiana references throughout the show, including some to Purdue and other Indiana universities. In season 3, a Purdue shirt that appeared in an episode of the show took the internet by storm and eventually became available online. And in season 4, Nancy Wheeler and Robin Buckley, played by Natalia Dyer and Maya Hawke, pretended to be students at another Indiana school, the University of Notre Dame, in order to gain entrance to an asylum.
I'm always amazed when these celebrities in general, and it's happened over the years, like Jodie Foster went and got her full degree. Rivers Cuomo attended Harvard and got,
Watson,
like after you have really pretty staggering success, but you go back to school to get that degree.
So
she's only 18, by the way.
Are all the Purdue's intertwined? Like, are they all
Frank Purdue?
like Frank Purdue, Purdue University, Purdue Pharma?
Spelled differently.
They are.
Yeah, Frank Purdue is P-E-R-D-U-E, the chicken.
Then I just enrolled in school for no reason.
You thought it was...
I thought it was chickens.
You thought it was chicken-based?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Gene.
Now it's knowledge-based, and what good is that?
We will rejoin Gene Simmons in music news later on this morning. But in the meantime, we have some clips to play for you now. Learn to Swim is a contemporary jazz romance that captures the resilience of the human spirit. And here, Thomas Anthony Olajide describes his appreciation for the movie depicting unique aspects of his country. Here we go.
It's been really wonderful. I mean, it seems to have really connected with people, particularly seeing the musical element of the film, as well as being able to show an aspect of Toronto that's rarely seen in film. So I feel like people have really appreciated those aspects of it, for sure.
I don't think I want to see it.
Learn to Swim is in select theaters and on Netflix now. Here's our next clip to play. Pretty Little Liars, Original Sin reworks the central mysteries of the first series with an all-out horror romp. And in this clip, Michael Mays illustrates the eerie crime introduced in this reboot. Here we go.
Imogen and Tabby are on a full stream investigation to try and find the connection of the tragic events that are in their current lives and the tragic events 20 years ago in their mother's lives. My character had a relationship with Angela Waters, who is the current prime person that they are trying to find information about.
I'm scared.
The Pretty Little Liars, Original Sin, Season 1 finale is released on HBO Max Thursday.
As long as HBO Max sticks around.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. We got some stuff going on, folks. If you watch the show Trying on Apple TV Plus, you want to stick around because in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll have the two stars, Esther Smith and Rafe Spall, who are stopping by. Steve, you watched the first season last night.
I watched 7, 8 episodes, so very easy to do, half-hour episodes.
Okay.
Very Lasso-esque, and I mean that in the best feel-good way. It immediately got me, so I'm hooked.
Then I need a feel-good show.
Yeah.
So I've got to start watching this. But they're coming in today, which is really, really cool. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Hang out for a bit, won't ya? On this Tuesday. We'll return shortly. That was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had 3 before. He needs this 4th $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher, living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a $54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bosco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang.
Bosco versus
This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bosco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheel.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No.
Oh, Marion. Sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! All right! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bosco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker! I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what Giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county. Man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, You know?
Well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex open after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep, I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God.
presidents.
What is it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat
Yeah,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's like a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been. So have you been? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift card?
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
You can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round. and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history
Okay. Of course.
for 50.
All right, History 450. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county? Tuesday, we have a chance to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. Yes, you putting us permanently on your skin. A $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing is up for grabs. So text the word tattoo to 39333 and let's see if you win. We'll grab one randomly by the end of the program. I have I'm getting a CT scan of my heart later on today. It's just a standard thing Dr. Mike is ordering for a regular checkup to see how the old ticker's doing.
No, it's good to check like plaque and stuff like that, I assume.
So I can't have any caffeine this morning, and I have not realized until today what a slave I am to coffee because I am dragging ass big time today.
Yeah.
And it's that now. I did have a couple of cocktails last night.
Okay.
I stayed up a little later because I had played a really good round of golf yesterday. I was kind of pseudo celebrating.
Could you have booze this morning?
That is a very good question, and one that I have not considered.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Into that.
Probably no stimulants, no depressants.
So, Steve had said earlier, jokingly, that it's like the Amish,
right?
Or something along those lines.
Right.
You're wondering if the Amish could have coffee or not.
Well, we're joking about saying about that. They have cocaine or things of that nature, and
yes.
but the standard coffee because you think of Mormons and they for the longest time did not.
Yep.
But it seemed to me I remembered in the movie Witness them having big kettles of coffee.
And you are correct. They do drink coffee. Nick pulled up an article that was titled "Start Your Day on the Right Foot with Some Simple Amish Traditions."
I love Amish and Mennonite food traditions, so I'm into this.
Do they drink? I mean, if they made their own like wine and stuff like that?
That's a good question.
Huh.
Well, we know Rumspringa, they go to town, but I don't know about when they're outside of that or not.
Right.
But anyhow, Taste of Home has an idea for you to have an Amish-style family breakfast.
We should do this.
Would you like to hear about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Number one, it says, plan a family breakfast.
Yeah.
Amish families eat breakfast together every day, something that isn't a priority in many homes. In fact, sometimes we don't eat breakfast at all.
Could you imagine the nightmare of sitting down with your whole family every morning for breakfast?
The nightmare.
I mean, just pulling that together.
Making the effort to plan and host a morning meal for the whole family is a lot of work, but it's a wonderful start to any day. Get up early to host one during the school week.
Are you going to host your radio show, Daddy?
Sleep in a little so you can have Saturday brunch together. Or, like the Amish, share a meal with friends and community after Sunday service.
That's nice.
So it says, be an early bird. It's pretty common for Amish people to rise as early as 4 a.m.
They're sleeping in.
While waking up long before sunrise might sound like torture to most of us, those extra hours are ideal for prep.
So now, should we have breakfast at 4 a.m. with the
Absolutely.
family?
We should have a big table in here where we have breakfast when we come in.
Yeah.
It says if you're making a big breakfast, you're going to need to start early. Good thing the Amish drink coffee is what it says.
Oh, excellent. All right.
The only issue I have with that is like the cleanup afterwards. I'd rather just be, and that's why like having like a nice simple breakfast where you just either throw the wrapper away or, throw the bowl of cereal in the sink, and then you just go on about your day is way better than having to like scrub pots and pans and stuff.
I think that this is saying not to do that every day, but this is to go ahead and have a big family breakfast.
Really good Powerball this morning, Mom. Jebediah, you've hardly finished your Metrex bar.
To save precious morning hours, Amish women often fry cornmeal mush at night.
You do that, Kathy.
This saying you should make some dishes ahead of time.
That might I try other things and it just ends up to be my
cornmeal mush.
So
she was making French toast.
But
And somehow it became mush.
cornmeal mush. That's my specialty.
It says Amish women often fry cornmeal mush at night to eat for breakfast the next morning. If that doesn't sound like your cup of tea, try our overnight oatmeal recipe. It uses the same time-saving smarts and it has its recipe.
I love oatmeal. Is there anything that stands out to you in that recipe?
I deleted it before I printed this.
Overnight. Anything that takes overnight, no thank you.
All right, so what's cornmeal mush?
It can be anything.
Okay.
Pancakes.
It's how you get the
French
corn to move in
toast.
the Iditarod.
What are you talking about? Not French toast.
Because Steve
is that
said
like a hush puppy?
anything I make will turn into
Anything.
mush.
Her coffee will turn to corn mush.
It's kind of like a polenta case.
Ah.
I love polenta. So it says use your leftovers. The Amish are experts at repurposing things, including leftovers. When you don't have a refrigerator to keep leftovers fresh, you have to get creative. I never thought about that. They don't have refrigerators.
No, that sock was delicious, Mom.
Did you say sock?
Use last night's dinner in today's breakfast by stuffing extra meat into omelets, turning potatoes into hash browns, and making fruit into salad.
Quick question. So on overall, and I don't know why you know this, but maybe someone does. Do they not even have things like ice boxes or?
Yeah, they have ways of keeping stuff cold, right?
There's no way that they're operating completely.
I don't think
without refrigeration.
They don't live in the Stone Ages, you know. Like they've adopted some.
I know they've embraced the Tesla.
They have because it's electric.
Woogie.
Right.
No, I mean, yeah, they are
electric horse.
I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Gas powered. They use gas powered.
No.
They use gas powered fridges.
They have gas powered
fridges?
Yeah, that's what it says are commonplace within most Amish communities.
Okay, there you go.
So why are they allowed to use gas and not electricity?
Because it's stupid.
Okay.
I don't know. Somebody look up why the Amish aren't supposed to don't use electricity, please.
You know, it's funny though, Preston. We are geographically so close, and I love going out to the Amish country. I love going out to that area. And for all the years that we've been here in proximity, there's not, besides the Rumspringa stuff and all that we really know about the day-to-day.
Here's a pretty good answer. Do the Amish use electricity? It's not that they aren't allowed to use electricity. It's that they believe too much reliance on electricity or access to public power grids will tie them too closely to the rest of the world and hurt their preserved culture.
Okay.
So they will. They'll use electricity. They'll have ways to connect to modern society. They just don't want to rely on it too much.
Don't they have their own version of the Hadron Collider?
Yes.
It's horses pulling buggies.
Yeah. They use a shotgun.
It's a little slower.
You think any
they haven't
Amish
collided yet?
Any Amish
They'll collide in about a month.
Do any Amish listen to the show?
No, I was going to say any Amish children ever play Operation? That's a game that uses batteries, right? Electricity.
That's depicted in the sequel to Witness.
Witness 2?
Witness 2. Operation. Can't touch the prongs to the side of his liver. His nose is red. His nose is lighting up. I've killed the patient.
All right, so do they use
never
batteries?
be good Amish.
Do they use batteries?
Well, he's saying they're using. They can use. Yes, batteries would probably be more enticing because that's less of a connection to the power grid.
Yes, many Amish use batteries, propane gas, compressed air pressure, various generators, hydraulic pumps, and
nuclear.
Casey, they use batteries. There must be an Operation game in every household.
There's got to be.
In Lancaster counties, for all we know.
Let's have some coffee soup and play Operation.
Let's move on.
All right, it says here, add salt to the oatmeal. You know we're talking about food here, right?
Yes,
We're talking about Amish breakfast. Says you can't go wrong with a bowl of traditional Amish oatmeal, which is filling and flavorful.
To me, that sounds almost like grits.
When you're making the recipe, however, keep in mind this old secret to bring out the flavor in rolled oats. Salt the water. Even though it might seem trivial, this tip will make your hearty breakfast even more delicious. This also says, let the kids help. Okay. If your kids aren't out collecting eggs or
now
milk.
remember, if you get underfoot, I'll beat you within an inch of your life.
Oh my God.
Let the kids.
Got to treat them, raise them right, Kathy.
If your kids aren't out collecting eggs or milking
Who
cows,
wants to go to Dutch Wonderland?
they're free to lend a hand, right? So if you don't need any help with the actual cooking, they could still bring you ingredients, set the table, or rinse the dishes. Everything's easier with helping hands,
Thanks
they said.
for the tip.
These are just tips on how to have an Amish breakfast.
Meanwhile, my kid would be like, what? I have to go get something?
I was watching Kathy, the Brady Bunch, the original series, and they, on the notion of the entire family, and they did, at least depicted in the show, sitting down to breakfast before school and work.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened when I was maybe 9, or 8, and my dad wasn't sitting down. It was my brother and I and my mom and that was it. But I mean, to get a whole platoon of people to sit down and have a breakfast like that, insane.
You know what I think? The only thing I think about for breakfast, Jace loves waffles and pancakes and things that come with syrup. So all I think about is the cat trying to get to it, stepping in the syrup, and then tracking it across the floor. That's
See,
what
they
I
had
think of for
Alice, by the
breakfast.
way. They had a
They had
housekeeper.
a live-in helper. Yeah, that's how they pulled it off.
That made it way easier.
By the way, you remember how the movie Pleasantville and other movies have poked fun at what the old school 1950s breakfast
Sure,
like
right.
it's just how unhealthy it was and all that stuff. So we went out for brunch over the weekend, and I'm looking at what Caroline had ordered for breakfast, and she got this Nutella French toast thing that was massive, with this slathered with all this stuff and a big, softball-sized thing of whipped cream in the middle of it. And I'm like, we still eat like crap.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. All right.
Sounds good, though.
So this says, perk up your butter. The Amish add flavor and flair to every dish by spicing up their butter. Why go with the same old flavors when you can spread pancakes with cinnamon butter, toast with rosemary butter, and omelets with red pepper spread?
Wife, what did you put in this butter?
Copy
It's extraordinary.
the idea at home by using these delicious butter recipes, and then they have those. So, all right, here's the main reason that we went to this article, because the title of the article had something about soup in it. And this says, eat more soup. It says, you've heard of chicken, corn soup, and old-fashioned beef stew, so it should come as no surprise that the Amish love soup regardless of the season. In fact, they eat lots of things in soup form, even breakfast. A typical Amish breakfast includes coffee soup.
Coffee soup.
Yes.
So is it literally a bowl full of coffee eaten as soup?
This actually sounds pretty good. It's a bowl of creamed coffee served with freshly baked bread for dunking. I'd give that a run. I'd try that out.
We run on coffee soup.
And then it says feast at breakfast. When there's a lot of work ahead, a good breakfast starts our day out strong. Amish workers are rigorous, beginning early and ending late, which means folks need to stay energized throughout the day. They eat a large morning meal, making hearty dishes like scrapple and waffles.
I don't eat routinely in the day until around 1 or 2 o'clock. That's how long
You won't eat anything?
No.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
So
I eat a banana in the car as soon as I get in the car
I
on the
used
way
to.
here.
Yeah, but now for some reason my clock shifts better this way. So I eat in like an 8-hour period. So I guess intermittent fasting wise.
Yeah, and then immediately after the show, I have to have lunch, like right away. And I'd see you don't ever eat.
No. Well, when I drive home, though, I have to keep a can of Crisco in the car and I eat that.
Okay. Amish families have a lighter lunch so they don't get drowsy in the afternoon.
Could you imagine feasting in the morning? Feasting.
Yeah.
I'd be so tired.
By the way, Nick brought up this text, says, talking about Amish, says, yes, they do use batteries. They've been fitting LED headlights and taillights to the buggies for the last decade or so.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, so
I'd love to hear that.
So batteries are okay. Yeah.
And cell phones apparently are good too. I don't know if you guys ever been to the farmers market in Wayne, or the Wayne Stratford area or whatever, but there are Amish people who work there every day, and in order to communicate and get back and forth and bring in the supplies and stuff, they are on the internet. They use cell phones. So I guess again, they've adapted some modern technologies.
I don't know that when I went to the farms out there, I asked, I remember I asked one of the kids to take a photo. I didn't, my friend did. I looked at her like she was nuts. But anyway, he was like, no, I can't. I don't use that.
Yeah, photos are still out for some reason. Like you're not allowed.
No, it was a photo of us, not him.
Or
she was asking
is the
him
actual
to use
process
the
of
phone.
Oh, if he would take it for you?
He was like, no, we don't use those.
Well, I looked this up too, Kath. Apparently there's.
I can only do it if you're topless.
Well, that makes sense.
That doesn't sound like an Amish tradition.
Yeah.
There's
if you ladies will remove your top garments, I will be able to photograph you, as per the rules of our elders. The elders say you can't only top. Really?
Amish OnlyFans. There's the old order and the new order. And the new
they
order.
wrote Bizarre Love Triangle.
New order did, yes.
It's really weird out there.
New order, a little more.
You can tell me later, Nick.
Yeah, right. Like 2 people are listening to what I'm
everyone.
saying. That's fine.
I wonder if it goes to that old thing you always hear about, that steals your soul. Is that? Do you think that's?
Well, that was if you take a picture of them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
All right, so new order Amish prohibit alcohol and tobacco use, seen in some older order groups, an important factor in the original division.
Can you take pictures of tobacco if you're Amish?
No.
With your top off?
That'd be terrible. Hang on. Heather's had coffee soup. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Heather?
So my grandfather, up until I was probably 7, fed me coffee soup in the morning, and my mom wasn't aware until I was about 7 that he was doing this. But because he grew up in the Depression, they wasted nothing. So the heels of the bread or stale bread was ripped up into little pieces, and my pop-up would pour coffee over it with cream and sugar in it. And I'm loving that you're saying this because I have said before that I've had coffee soup, and people think I'm freaking crazy. I'm like, no, it's a thing. And they're like, no, you were ghetto or something that your family did that.
No, I've never heard of it until this morning.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture
people
of.
thought I was crazy. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. As soon as when you were talking about even having soup for breakfast, I was like, coffee soup, and then you said it. I'm like, no way.
We're looking at a picture of it, and it looks kind of good, Heather. I mean, especially that if you can sweeten it, that'd be nice. So, and is this something you would consider having again?
I hate coffee.
But there you go. So that's a direct no. All right.
I definitely remember loving this. As a kid, it was a big deal. And maybe for me, it was more nostalgia, too, just like because my pop-up was a railroader, so he was getting up really early, and it was like our thing to have for breakfast.
Coffee soup. Well,
coffee soup.
I think I might want to. I think I want to try me some cooking.
Thanks,
I want
Heather.
to try me some coffee soup.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that. I wouldn't mind trying that out and see if it's. I don't know about the bread. I think
no,
that
sounds disgusting.
Maybe donuts.
What about like What about like challah bread or like what you'd make?
That could be good.
So like with a
banana bread.
Kathy, you make French toast that turns into corn mush.
What's that really hard sweet bread?
Rocks.
No.
Really hard sweet bread?
Yeah. I think of like an Italian fare. It's like a crescent shape almost.
Like a biscotti?
Maybe biscotti.
Okay.
It's not bread, though.
Yeah, that's more like a cookie.
Yeah.
That's like
But it eats like a
cookie.
meal.
Yeah. But having that, well, that's great to dip in coffee most of the time.
Yes.
Because I don't
yes.
dip anything in coffee, really.
Anything?
Yeah. A dead mouse.
I don't think so. Oh, jeez. I stopped doing that because they're high in rabies.
I mean, you said you could dip anything in. Yes, you're right.
You run the risk of getting rabies. I get it.
Any more dead mice for my coffee?
Mom, could you pass over the dead
pass
mice?
a bucket of dead mice for my coffee.
Yeah.
But you got a little tail.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be easy to
It's
dip in
nature's
there.
tea bag.
You're right. That totally makes sense.
Nature's tea bag and tampon.
I can see the allure.
Mother, you need. I'm going to the store. You need more dead mice for your menses.
Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, hang on. We got a number of people
Got a lot
calling
of
in
Amish
about
info here.
Amish.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to go to Patrick. Hey, Patrick. Good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, Patrick?
Nothing much. Sorry to bother you at work, but pretty cool technological advance at a hardware store that I go to. So the Amish, to communicate in between, back and forth between the people in the back stocking things, like screws and nuts and bolts and all that, to the people in the front, they actually use like metal piping to kind of be like a two-way system of talking. So
So this is like they used to do on
ships.
ships. Yeah. That completely works. That makes sense. And this is something that you've seen them use and use with great effect.
Yeah, no, they do it really well. So they'll start speaking to you in English actually at the very front. So my dad has gone in there many times. He said like, I need 20-inch screws, and then all of a sudden, the guy at the front talking in Dutch into this pipe to the guy in the back.
So the pipe translates it.
Yeah. The pipe basically translates it, yeah.
If you're talking to the pipe and you hear a click, does that mean you have pipe waiting?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
No, that is an old store.
Their FaceTime is a series of mirrors that are set up
Right.
throughout the store. They're all at
I'm going to
angles.
switch to FaceTime. Stand in front of the mirror. Wait a second. There's another pipe coming in.
And ringing would be somebody banging on the pipe. Bang, ding, ding, ding.
No,
ding.
it's spam, and spam comes through the pipe.
Okay. Actual spam. Actual, the meat.
No, it wasn't important. It was just a spam call.
It was actually spam.
Got something for breakfast now.
Yeah, I had to put in my coffee soup.
Yeah.
Ran out of ice.
Speaking of coffee soup, I'm going to Joe. Joe, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning, Ed, buddy. What's up?
Listen, my parents wouldn't allow us cereal because they thought it was just all so full of sugar, and I'm going back a number of years. So they would prepare your coffee any way you liked it with the milk, and we just poured it over the bread. It is absolutely delicious.
So coffee soup.
And Joe, would you add sugar to it?
Yeah, you could add sugar to your coffee.
Okay, and so obviously if the coffee is sweet and you're pouring it on the bread, you have it's kind of a is it sort of oatmealish in texture once you get it done?
The problem is you got to eat it kind of quick because then it gets really mushy.
Yeah, no, I hear that.
But wait a minute. Your parents didn't want you eating sugary cereal, yet you had sugar-loaded coffee soup.
Eat your coffee soup and smoke your cigarettes.
Just a couple of spoons. That's it.
Oh, it still seems kind of weird though if you're trying to be healthy and you're having your kids.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Joe. By the way, when I was a kid and we would have cereal, we always added sugar to our already sugared
cereal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Frosted Flakes, add some sugar to them. You know what the frosting is on the flakes? It's sugar. It was crazy.
Were you a frosted mini wheats guy?
Yeah.
I love frosted
Loved
mini
them.
wheats.
Yep.
I'm so glad they invented the mini wheats because the original frosted wheats were just gigantic.
It's too much wheat.
Yeah, there was like 3 of them fit in a bowl.
Yeah, there's a scene in Ted Lasso where he throws. It's just a gigantic. What is that thing
It's like
called?
a Weetabix or something.
Yeah. It's just one gigantic thing.
I'm having a piece of cereal. Let's see. Hang on. More about coffee soup. It is Mike that we're going to. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Hey, Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, so I have my grandfather also makes coffee soup. He calls it soupa.
Soupa.
It's Italian, straight out of the hills during World War II. I guess they were making it.
Okay.
And I was over his house, no lie, the other day, and he was eating it, and it was gross. He took two full things of sliced bread, well, not full slices, but like maybe 1 or 2 slices, put it in a bowl, and dumped almost an entire coffee pot onto these 2 slices of bread.
So, Mike, are you saying that this has sort of an Italian origin to it as well? Was it your grandfather?
Maybe it's a rough time type of meal.
Okay, like a depression sort of thing.
Yeah, you're just trying to get something out of what you have. Which, you know what, now when you describe it that way, Mike, it sounds pretty gross. Like I was thinking more you just kind of dip bread in it and eat the bread that way. But if you're throwing slices of bread in there and then you're pouring coffee on top of it and then it just turns into this mush.
I still would try it.
Sounds kind of nasty, but I'd try it.
I was on the other side of the table gagging.
Wow.
That'll ruin a meal.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I never heard of coffee soup. Apparently, it's an Amish type of thing. Wow. Interesting. All right. Well, nonetheless, I have to abstain from any caffeine. It sucks, dude. I am dragging. I'm having a hard time with this.
What time's your scan?
Not till 1 o'clock today.
Oh, man.
So, but I'm having some Java right after.
Right after.
Because then I go right over to the dentist's office right after that.
You do?
I got a lovely day today.
Back to back?
Yeah.
Oh, you poor bastard.
But I need to do it. I
All
just
right.
don't want to get it.
You pull the trigger.
Want to get it done, get it out of the way.
Yeah, man, but
So-
that's a rough day.
Yeah, whatever. It'll be. I'll load up on coffee soup
There you go.
as soon as I get the first one done. All right, listen, let's take a break because we got some bizarre file stories to cover. We have some guests that are stopping by today. The show on Apple TV Plus is called Trying, and we're going to have the 2 stars, Esther Smith and Rafe Spall, who are stopping by today, which is great. So we're looking forward to that. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us. B-File stories on the way right around the corner.
That is correct, sir.
Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamony's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you
say a name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right
You're
now.
up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshamony Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Kath.
I know.
You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around Frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco dance club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot
Wow.
MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man. You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but
you even know how to wager.
History. What Bosco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be, because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then, right.
Yeah.
And then I do the extra back. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. And then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts. And that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And, Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins.
Kathy
wins.
My God! Oh, my freaking God!
Bosco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did. And you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to.
Let's focus on what's important. I won. Yes. Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Well, whenever you want, girlfriend. Whenever you want.
Nick, do me a favor. Remove that screen between
so he
those
can
two
punch
people.
her.
So Casey can punch her in the face. Oh, my God.
I honestly, I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
I thought, Casey, you were going to say your brother had quizzed you about this company and you had some insight.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out, and we had to do it again. Now,
we don't have to
I'm
do it.
clearly
Now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch.
Ain't gonna be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. You and I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
So
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I think, for
What a
everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now. But maybe next week we can go through some of the questions because
we'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that.
Yeah.
So.
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And, and I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
Oh, I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name or have the street name with the same letter of the
This
section.
B-file thing right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Red Robin. Choose any style Red Robin Tavern double burger with bottomless fries and drink for just $10. Dine in only at participating locations in PA. Red Robin. Yum. All right, so a man and two women were arrested by deputies after they allegedly beat a man, forced him to dance in a dress, and then robbed him of $3,000. Betsy Ann De Jesus and Blanca Medina face charges of kidnapping, inflicting bodily harm, robbery with a firearm, and Noah Navarro faces an aggravated assault charge and kidnapping charge. Deputies are called after the victim arrived at the hospital with severe facial swelling. He was so badly beaten that he had to be flown to another hospital for treatment. He told authorities he was driven around for about 20 to 30 minutes in a tan-colored SUV before they stopped at an unknown house. Inside the home, he was pistol whipped, and a woman cut his face with a knife, he said. And then he was forced to wear a woman's dress and made to dance, all while filming it.
The hell?
He was then dropped off on the side of the road near a church. He was going to be beaten again, he told authorities, but he fled on foot. He was able to escape because the suspects fled when a vehicle was driving in their direction. The sheriff's office was contacted by an anonymous source who said someone had released the video of the beating to the public. 37-year-old De Jesus paid $300 to facilitate the crime and was responsible for recording it. I don't know why.
So you're just for kicks to make him dance?
Do not
dance
know.
for me.
She told authorities she had dated the victim for 4 months, but he left their shared home together about 3 weeks ago. De Jesus accused him of stealing her money. She later recanted the statement. Navarro told authorities he was not involved in the beating of the man, but that the woman took the victim to his home while he gave the man the dress to wear. Medina was accused of participating in the beating. She declined to speak with authorities, and they were all held in a jail center where they do remain. But
did they mention what kind of dance it was? Was it interpretive? Was it jazz tap?
No, there was no word on exactly what type of dance.
I'm just curious
was done.
How you would choreograph a dance associated with the kidnapping.
Yeah, I don't know. A bank robber who apparently has no knowledge of physics nearly died when the tunnel he was digging into a Rome bank basement collapsed near the Vatican. The robber's accomplices who escaped the tunnel alerted police when the ringleader didn't surface after dirt came crashing down midway through the dig.
Got to know your tunnels.
Firefighters spent 8 hours working to free the man by digging a parallel tunnel. The would-be thief could be heard crying for help. He said, "I beg you, get me out."
So was the Pope like hearing a guy whimpering?
They dropped liquid food and oxygen to him.
What the hell is that?
After 8 hours, the man was freed as the crowd that had gathered cheered. The man and his accomplices,
I'm an idiot, yes?
who all had previous robbery convictions, face new charges. Police said they had been digging the tunnel with the intent to break into the bank wall on August 15th, when the city is largely deserted because of a holiday.
Good news, your bank is impenetrable.
A Florida woman this year has made more than 11,000 harassing phone calls to a police emergency communication center, according to cops who say the defendant admitted that she loves playing this game.
It's starting to get excessive.
Carla Jefferson was busted Monday evening on a misdemeanor charge of placing a torrent of phone calls to the St. Petersburg Police Department and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. A criminal complaint alleges that Jefferson, during a single 24-hour period last month, called the police department's emergency communication center 512 times. Yep.
Just what possesses people?
Jefferson, investigators say, harasses, belittles, swears at, argues with police employees who answer her calls. The content of the calls are vulgar, threatening, or obscene and contain extreme expletives, sexual innuendo, and belittling marks to the communications staff.
You know what I think? I think she actually likes the police and she's lonely.
On some occasions, she has demanded that officers come to her residence and arrest her. And upon arrival, she retreats inside, refuses to answer the door, and has in the past given officers the middle finger and screams at them through the windows. In a bid to get her to cease calling, police said this year they sent a certified letter informing her that further abuse of the non-emergency line would result in criminal charges. Jefferson, who dialed police from 2 separate numbers, allegedly ignored the warning, prompting cops to arrest her in late June on a pair of misdemeanor counts.
Yeah, how many times do you have to call before they come after you?
Apparently 11,000.
11,000?
Yeah. A San Francisco store owner is detailing what happened when a man with a homemade gun shot him after he didn't win the lottery.
Come on.
Hisham Abu said
lost.
that the incident happened just after he opened his store. Abu said that the man came in with a lottery ticket and became angry when he was told it wasn't a winner. Abu said, he told me you sold a fake ticket, and he had a balloon in his hand with a pin from the front, and he had a piece of wood almost 1 foot long. He said he hit the balloon with the piece of wood, and the bullet goes out, and it hit my shoulder. Somehow or another, this is a gun contraption that he had.
With a balloon attached to it?
I don't understand. Abu said he didn't realize that he was shot until someone else told him. The suspect is in custody, and
Little
Abu
bastard shot me in the ass.
that he hopes that he'll stay there so he doesn't hurt anyone else.
You know those lottery tickets don't come with guarantees.
They do not, apparently. And a Texas Child Protective Services employee lost her job after allegedly telling a 14-year-old girl that she should become a prostitute.
Have you considered becoming a hooker?
Keisha Basley, a Texas mother of 9 who turned to CPS to help with her 14-year-old daughter, said that her child was running away and causing trouble at school, prompting her to call in family services. Basically said, my daughter told me that the worker had been telling her she should do these things, so she said she decided to video her.
Listen, my 11-year-old son would love to be your pimp.
They said CPS is housing the girl at a hotel just like dozens of other foster kids. The video allegedly shows an exchange between the teen and the worker who reportedly tells the girl to be a prostitute.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Mike Schneider said...
Be a prostitute.
and giving her an incentive to do so, and almost a threat of not having her needs being met if she didn't do what this woman very explicitly told her to do. So a complaint has been filed. The person has been fired, and they are looking into why this happened to make sure it doesn't happen.
Why did you suggest she became a prostitute?
And that is the bizarre file for now, my friend. Let's take a break, come back in just a moment or two. Hang out with us because we got some guests, we got some stuff to talk about, and it shall continue when we get back.
I was like, oh no, I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. You know, I remembered like because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was Rock Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now because they did an article on, or did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really? Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown. Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County. 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
the Griffins,
fair enough.
right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years, Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No, I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and
McLean.
House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's our.
What else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like it's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back and it was wonderful. Oh, she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know, The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you don't understand.
Oh.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. This is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
So the kids are going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow. It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Look this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling, stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes! I did. I absolutely, positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's true.
He's out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even,
This
Dudley
is real.
Jamin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said
Yamin.
like
You
Jamin
got
better.
yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jamin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
He changes it.
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jamin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about, obviously, we're not talking about a 1.5 foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now,
Just a
however,
general
though,
fullness.
when you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stands to reason.
I would guess so. Yeah.
So yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
things
Right?
are looser.
For
Yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't
really
look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on.
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2.
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
works
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No,
and your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio,
what I would use it for.
playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah,
Lauer. That's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes? Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Shields and Cross.
Opportunity. Yes.
Very magical.
Involves a game of golf, and it's so a lot of people, most people don't realize that we have in very close proximity what many to be considered the greatest golf course in the world, because it's this hidden spot in southwestern New Jersey.
It's the coffee. I'll tell you this. I had no idea. I knew that we had some very exemplary courses in the area. I didn't realize that this particular one was held in such high regard.
Yeah, as the greatest golf course in the world.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big title, and it's called Pine Valley. It's in New Jersey, and
It's also the setting for All My Children, for those of you who watched that.
Wow.
A lot of people know that.
Was that about golf, that soap opera?
Yeah, most of the time they're on the golf course.
So I got the rare opportunity to play the golf course over the weekend, and it was by invitation. That's how you get the opportunity. A member has to play with you.
You've been waiting for a while for this.
Long time.
Yeah.
And it finally happened over the weekend. And in fact, it's through my benefactor is a gentleman by the name of Bill Jeremiah, who's a friend, a golf buddy. And he's an amazing golfer himself. He's a former pro. In fact, he was the pro at Pine Valley.
Oh, wow.
Years.
Well, that's pretty good. He's the one who introduced you to coffee soup.
A lot of people don't know that Bill Jeremiah's one of his favorite things is coffee soup. Yeah.
So he is the one who finally, and you were not completely subtle in dropping your hints about wanting to get in there.
I called him out on the air.
Right.
But the thing is, so it's a big deal. Like the planning of something like that. Like even he only gets so many rounds a year there, and so he needs to pick and choose who is going to be going with. Yeah. So he decided to kindly invite me and two other people to go along who had never played there as well. One of them, a young lady by the name of Riley Heflin, and she goes to Duke University. She's from this area. And she just came in second place in the Pennsylvania State Women's Championship.
Wow.
Okay.
So she's like, she's striving to be a professional golfer, an LPGA touring professional golfer.
That's amazing.
So needless to say, she plays like nobody's business.
Right. So everyone's serious on it.
Yeah. So and her dad Rob was along, and we actually have a connection to Rob. Because he used to work for Sam Adams back in the day.
Okay, yeah.
And so he would come by Y100 and yeah. So anyhow, so I got to play with this great group of people over the weekend, and it's so funny because I've walked up to this opportunity before in my life, and it's fallen apart. So
these are the kind of things in life that you hope you get a shot at, and then once you get it, you kind of get nervous too.
Oh my God!
Because this is what you've been waiting for.
Leading up to it, the like days before, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do any strenuous activity.
He's not kidding.
I'm not going to harm myself. I'm not going to do anything that puts me in harm's way to make this dream crumble. And even so, it went down to the point, like earlier that week, I sliced the tip of my thumb off just a little bit. I was cutting a lime for a Corona. And I'm like, you dumbass. But it ended up, it healed, so I was okay. And then the morning of, when I'm driving out to meet them, I'm like, okay, like something could happen between now and then. I could get in a car accident. There could be massive traffic pileup, and I can't get there. So I'm watching the my Waze app, and as I'm getting closer and closer, eventually I'm like, okay, if I can get within 3 miles, then I think I'm definitely going to be playing today.
Why didn't you contact Pierre and have him
take me over there? Yeah, I would have made sure I got there early.
You were really pessimistic about this whole thing.
Yeah, I thought something was going to happen. I thought there was going to be a monsoon. I thought I was going to break my leg. I thought it was going to be a car accident, or something was going to stop me from being able to play.
Listen, anyone who's ever, think of the band you've always wanted to see, the concert, the trip, the bucket list thing you've always wanted to do, and how that comes. The joy also comes with a massive amount of angst and anxiety about having it live up to what you want, having you not screw up and make it not what you want. So all this stuff's in play.
Yeah, exactly. And so anybody who's ever had those big moments, and that could even be like, even a wedding.
This doesn't matter. It's all the same.
A big event.
Yeah.
And you're leading up to it and just hoping things don't go wrong. Well, it ended up being a perfect weather day. Clear blue skies, comfortable. We had finally gotten past that heat wave. It was absolutely wonderful.
We're watching your video. I cannot believe this is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And it's within, 20 minutes of here?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's amazing. And it's hidden. It's by Clementon Park is where it's near. It's
where the soap opera takes place.
It's in the woods, and you
guys
can't
know All My Children.
You don't see it. But anyhow, it ended up being absolutely a perfect day for golf, and everything went off without a hitch for me to get there and all that. But one thing that did suck, though, is halfway through the round, I got a migraine headache. Yeah.
Of course.
So I played the back nine with a pounding headache. But
Did you crap yourself?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I did not crap myself.
It could have been worse, I guess.
That was okay.
Guys, I'm sorry if you smell something. I've pooped my shorts.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
Bad cricket here. But it's it was a pretty amazing day. I ended up with like I said, a great group of people, and we had lunch ahead of time, so I got to the tour of the clubhouse and the history behind it and all that stuff.
Why is it so exclusive? Like what? Like how do they create that, or what is it, the reasoning behind it?
Well, there's a guy named Crump is the guy who created the golf course. It was his idea, and he was a hotelier hotelier.
He was a hotel.
No, he owned a hotel.
Okay.
He ended up selling his hotel to build this golf course because it was his dream. It's just what he wanted to do, and he had this. Kathy, it's mainly the layout of it and the way it's maintained.
Oh, yeah?
And it's also, mind you, it's one of the most difficult courses to play.
Yeah.
We're looking at some of the video. I find it hard to ascertain the flow or to divine the flow of a course just in general, even basic courses. I can't figure out what the hell any of this is or how you would know what hole to play next.
Yeah, look at it. Look at the sand, the trees. All
I would
of it
roll
makes
around on the grass.
Extremely challenging. So it was, and what makes it so exclusive? I guess, number one, the condition of the course, and then what the members decide to do with that, and as far as requirements of joining a club and things like that, there are a whole lot of things, and sometimes nonsense that goes into creating a country club and its exclusivity and all this stuff. I mean, there's some other really famous ones like Cypress Point that is extremely exclusive and so on. But anyhow, this happens to be one of those.
And it blows my mind that this is this close. This is, it really, I guess it's the tree line that hides it. I've probably been around it and never realized it.
You would think that this would be somewhere in Northern California or
Yes.
something like that. It's not. It's in New Jersey.
All right, so I don't know if we're jumping the gun here, but did it live up to the hype?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Without question. I mean, like, I was nervous as hell because it's considered one of the most difficult courses, and I'm like, this is just going to eat me alive.
Right.
And so Bill, the member, and I'm a at the time I was playing to a 7.0 handicap index. That's my index. So I can play golf. I'm a decent golfer, In fact, I'm down to like a 6.7 now. Nice. But anyhow, he had projected that, which means that number means that I usually shoot anywhere from high 70s to low 80s. That's kind of my range. I'll shoot like 77 to 83.
Now, the people you're playing with were at what level?
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Did you beat anybody in your foursome?
I'm going to get there.
Okay.
So anyhow, so Bill was projecting that I would shoot 90. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to come in under 90 with that because Bill's a smart guy. He knows his golf, and he
make me sick.
and he knows that course back and forth. So I ended up shooting an 88. So I was very, very happy with coming under 90.
Exceeded, yes.
But I was extremely nervous getting up and playing because it's got so much danger in front of you that you have to avoid when you're hitting your shots. And if you end up in the danger, it's really dangerous danger. Like, it's tough to get out of. It's very, as they say, it's very penal.
Right, lots of penises.
There's Johnsons all over. No.
So that's why you like
So it's
it.
very, very penal. But anyhow, so all said and done, Riley, and she's probably 19 years old, never played this golf course before, never played this golf course before, and is quite aware of the legend and all of it, and in awe of it. She shot a 76.
Oh, my God.
A 76 without hardly even trying. Bill shot a 78, I shot an 88, and then Rob was 91.
I don't understand all the mechanics of this, but was Riley playing from
the same tees?
Yes.
As we were, she was playing what's called like a composite tee. So most of the tees we played were the same, but every now
Mostly
and then
breakfast tea.
she was moved up a little bit closer.
Oh,
so
okay.
just on a few holes.
All right.
But for the most part,
That's very impressive.
For the most part, we played the same tees, and she kicked the ever-loving crap out of my score.
It's just amazing that someone could do that without ever playing and achieve that.
And I got to give some love because we had great caddies.
Yeah.
We had Charlie and Damien, and Charlie listens to the show.
Oh, nice.
Steve, he loves when you do the bear voice. He was
One's for you, man.
He was going on about that. And the other guy, Damien, was not familiar with us, but he had an interesting story because he does like those crazy long distance runs.
Oh, yeah.
Like the 100,
Yeah.
150, 200-mile runs.
Yep.
Insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we talked quite a bit about that, and he was very interested in the radio business actually as well. So
young guys or
Charlie, I think he told me he was 40, and he does this in the summertime. He's a teacher.
Okay.
So he's been caddying there for like 15 years, something like that.
If you love this sort of stuff, why wouldn't you caddy? To spend the time out in this beautiful terrain?
Oh my God, it's just visually stunning. It's got a legend to it. It's got a history to it.
There are giraffes freely roaming.
I did not see one giraffe while I was there.
That would have been cool.
I saw a blue
They should bring
heron,
those in.
but I did not see giraffes freely roaming at Pine
did you
Valley.
buy a special outfit for this?
No, I wore what I thought was a snappy outfit.
Yeah, okay. It's off the shoulder. It was nice.
Yeah.
You
got a
haircut?
Nappy.
I wore a Vineyard Vines purple
Okay. All right.
shirt.
I could have sworn
dress
you were
for
gonna,
the occasion.
I know you do. And actually, I feel like your golf attire over the last year or two has gotten way better. You've gone with some really nice light pastels. I think you look good in light blue.
Thank you.
But I could have sworn that you would have bought like you were going to your prom or something like that.
Like a tuxedo?
I should have worn a full tuxedo. Hi, I figured it was a special occasion.
It's formal, yeah.
I would dress for it.
I assume they have very strict rules right now about attire.
Oh, yeah. Without question.
have to wear
I hate
clothes.
it, man. You have to like wear a belt and tuck your shirt in. I can't stand it.
Casey doesn't like tucking his shirt
I
in.
hate tucking my shirt in. Well, I got a big belly, you know.
But they, and in fact, Bill, who's the member there, sent me like a 2-page.
I thought you were going to say a toupee. It's like, why do you say
You got to wear that. we prefer you look like Bon Jovi around the slippery when wet period. Here's your toupee.
Why did they send me a
What am I,
toupee?
embarrassed her?
Nick, it's a joke they do with people who've never played there before.
Oh, and this
We're going to pull
conical
the
bra.
toupee thing.
He's
You
going
have to wear this material bra from.
We know he's nervous. He's totally going to fall for the toupee thing.
He's going to do the Truth or Dare tour bra.
No, but he sent me a list of what's expected of your conduct and dress and things like that.
So I actually was kind of surprised you were able to film. And by the way, if people want
Me
to watch the videos up on PrestonandSteve.com,
Yep.
Marissa posted that. But I thought cell phones might be verboten.
You know what? It used to be about like 10, 15 years ago in country club circles where you couldn't have your phone out at all,
Right.
or they would kick you out of there.
Yeah.
But that's loosened up quite a bit.
Okay.
And I
You can
asked,
still bring a fax machine.
I told Bill, I'm like, look, dude, I'm going to be a total tourist. Who knows if I never get to play. I'm not saying that Bill won't ever invite me again, but there might, for some reason, I may not be able to play the game anymore for whatever.
Yeah.
I need to take advantage of this. So
And
I
soak
said,
it in.
I said, look, I'm going to be a tourist. I'm going to be taking a lot of pictures. I'm going to be filming. I'm like, just tell me to stop if I'm doing it too much, okay? And I didn't. I ended up getting. I edited together a 20-minute video of it, and I got a lot of footage. I didn't get a whole lot of me because
You're taking footage of them, yeah.
Doesn't look like anybody ended up in the butthole.
Oh yeah, so there's a there's a feature called Satan's A-hole.
Oh, wow.
That's on one of the par threes, and nobody ended up in the butthole.
Okay.
And is it a massive sand trap?
It's a bunker that is,
or is it just actually a large anus?
It's a large sand trap. As you said,
Yeah.
it's a bunker, but it's a pit. It's small.
Oh, is
but
it?
really,
We just
really
saw
deep.
footage.
Yeah, and there's steps that lead down into it.
So this looked
if
like
you get in that, you're screwed.
So a sand trap, you usually think of like, and again, I know nothing, but it's something a little bit wider, but it's just like a little chunk of beach. This was actually a hole.
Yeah, it's like a pit
that with steps down into it.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they call a pot bunker. So it's kind of like that. But Yeah, so it was something else. It was super duper special.
Dream come true?
Yeah.
Dream come true.
And I know that you kind of milked it for as much as you could. Like your tea time wasn't until noon. What time did you end up getting there?
We met at our tea time was at 1. We met at 11.
Okay.
And then we drove in together. But I would have gotten there a few hours earlier probably and just hung around for a little while.
Did you have dinner afterwards and stuff or no?
No, you need a jacket and tie.
Oh.
And I didn't have
You
that.
couldn't fashion one out of leaves, and
I probably could have if I wanted to.
Wow,
but
that's
I didn't
interesting.
Have
What you're, it looks like a shrub.
It goes in my toupee.
Look at this guy.
He fits right in, everybody.
That guy's wearing a Bon Jovi wig and leaves.
But I took a video and I edited it together. It's on YouTube. It's on my YouTube channel. You can just do a search on Preston Elliott if you want to. And if you were curious as to what it's like to play at Pine Valley, this just gives you a little peek into that.
It's on PrestonandSteve.com if you want to go there. It's
excellent.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me go to Kevin real quick. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Kev?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, I live in the area of Pine Valley. I actually live in Haddonfield, and I'm a member at Tavistock, which is a pristine, really nice course. But I can tell you, I've never played Pine Valley, but I've once a year they allow the public to, and there's limited a number of people, but they allow you to walk the course. In any event, playing at Tavistock and then going on Pine Valley, I mean, Tavistock couldn't pack Pine Valley's lunch. I mean, the place is so amazing. It's, I think, consistently voted by Sports Illustrated and Golf Magazine as obviously the #1 course in the world.
Yep.
Wow. And when you think about St. Andrews and Pebble Beach and Augusta, I mean, that's really something to be said for South Jersey.
Yeah.
The place is amazing. Anyway, I'll be brief. It is I guess it's a rumor, or I don't know if it's a valid story, but back in like 1962, President Kennedy had always aspired to play there. So he was invited to play there, and Jacqueline Kennedy was at an event in Philadelphia. So she decided to surprise her husband and come over. The limo took her over. This is when he was in the White House. And she shows up to golf with her husband. Well, back in 1962, they basically told her, "We're sorry, Miss First Lady, you're not permitted on the golf course."
Oh, they would not allow women on the course?
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently back then. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
that's an outrage. I had Marilyn here last. I mean,
the place is amazing. Again, once a year, I think you can apply to walk it just to check it out. Two of my brothers they're big golfers, and my one brother, who's a complete idiot, he decides when they're walking the course to light up a cigarette, and he had these off-duty state troopers that were working security. They walked up and they said, "Are you out of your mind?"
God.
Yep. And they have their own police force there, Kevin. It's like an incorporated town, Pine Valley is.
They do. They have their own police force, and it's obviously there's some estate homes in the area,
Yep.
but it's very limited. And yeah, they have guys that basically just drive around and make sure everything's secure. Yeah.
Well, you know what? As we're looking at it again, this may not be your cup of tea, but you cannot help but be impressed by what it looks like. It's just gorgeous, and the fact that we have the #1 golf course in the world, right here is something to be pretty proud of.
Right next
It is
to
amazing. You can't believe that it's in Camden County. You know,
Yeah.
it's really amazing.
Yep. All right.
It's
Thanks, Kevin.
Right next to the #1 amusement park in the world as well. I think.
Clementon Park. Yeah.
And near donkeys.
Yeah, since it's in Camden County, you can swing over there and get the best cheesesteak.
Yeah. I'm looking at the video that you took. I just and I'm sure the video just doesn't do it justice, but it does. It's doing.
You don't
a
even
pretty
see the
damn good
giraffes.
job. No.
No.
Well, they blend in.
They paint them green.
It's part of their natural.
The camouflage there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
you don't see any dead giraffes out there either, do you?
Highlight of the round. Any birdies?
Highlight of the no, I didn't have any birdies.
I thought you said you saw a blue heron.
I did see a blue heron. No, highlight of the round for me for how I number one, I was driving well. I was really happy about that until the last few holes. But I made kind of a hero shot. There was a, and this is going to bore you guys if you're not into golf. Casey, I hit a long one over the green. It went over the back of the green. What I didn't know was on the backside was a super deep slope. At the bottom was a small gully with sand in it. And I mean, it was deep. And like I barely had enough room to even swing the club. Like I didn't even think I was going to have a backswing. So I opened up the face real wide. And it was short side right by and it was about 8 feet up to the green. I popped it up. I put it about 7 feet from the hole, and I made the putt for an up and down par. So that was
great.
That was pretty exciting.
Okay.
Yep. So that was my kind of hero shot. And then, thank you.
Well, kept you below 90 too. So.
And then Riley on number 18, she hit one, her approach shot. It went a little bit long and a little bit right, so it was off of the green, and she chipped it in for a birdie.
Of course she did.
Yeah, from like 30, 40 feet out or something ridiculous like that. So it was amazing watching her play golf. This kid who just hits the hell out of the ball.
So now you've been lucky enough to play Pine Valley, Baltusrol, Pebble
Marion.
Beach, Marion.
I played Marion, yep.
Where does this rank on those four?
Well, it would... I'd have to say it's got to be number one because if it's ranking in the world of golf, the one that was most amazing to me was Pebble Beach.
Yeah,
that one blew me away. But this was just incredible, and I want to play it again. And next time, not film anything and just pay attention to the golf course and what was going on there. So,
well, you got a lot of footage, so you can see the whole thing, and that's very cool.
My grandfather was lucky enough to play at St. Andrews one time, and he was a really good golfer, and he went over there, and like the history in places like that. Like I'm a terrible golfer. I like it, but I'm just not good at it at all. But just to walk courses like that, you're just lucky to be outside like that.
Well, and this week the greatest golfers in the world are in our area. The BMW Championship is taking place in Wilmington.
Is Tiger a part of that or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think he's playing in this one. But all the other names that Rory McIlroy and Jordan Spieth and Gary Finau and Cameron Smith, all these other people, Adam Scott, they're all going to be there.
Yeah.
So they're maybe some of them will wander over to Pine Valley if they're invited. Like you can't, like a Tiger probably couldn't just walk over there and say, "Hey, I'd like to play golf."
No.
You need an invitation. So it's pretty
Aren't
exclusive.
they lending their giraffes to this event?
I think maybe. As a special favor, they might be doing that. Hang on, let me go to Chuck here real quick. Hey, Chuck, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Chuck?
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Pine Valley many times because we work over there. I'm a utility worker.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful, but I don't know anything about golf.
Okay.
So sometimes you got to get a ride to wherever we got to go on a golf cart. And I'm telling people, like, yeah, I was working there. The guy's driving me across the greens on the golf course.
Oh, my God.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't know this. I had no idea. But this maintenance guy, because it was after, they may have been closed that day or it was after hours or something. But, yeah, he's tearing across the greens on the golf cart, taking me to where I needed to go.
That's insane.
So you have to...
I had no idea. Didn't know that was a thing. I don't know anything about golf. And I'm telling people, and they're like, this is the number one golf course in the world. He's tearing up the greens with a golf cart. I'm like, I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
I'm just going for a ride.
Just going for a ride.
Yep. You guys are using ATVs, right?
Yeah. We ripped it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I would like to thank Bill Jeremiah for inviting me for a opportunity of a lifetime. It was really, really cool, and I appreciate it. I feel very privileged.
Privileged. Not everyone can play the greatest golf course in the world.
And thank you to Rob and Riley for a great day, and Charlie and Damien, our caddies. It was really cool. So if you want to see the video, it's up. I edited it together with some music to keep it moving and stuff, and so it was a really good time. Yes.
The music from Two Girls on a Cup?
No. Close. The Masters.
I'm sorry.
By the way, Tiger is coming to town, but he's not going to play. They are going to make a concerted effort to figure out what the PGA is going to do to combat LIV golf.
Okay.
So Tiger's meeting with all the other players at the BMW Championship, but he's not going to play this weekend. Yeah.
Okay, so he will be here.
But he'll be in town.
Very interesting.
Maybe he'll drop by our show.
Okay. Well, another thing that's happening that I should point out is today is National Roller Coaster Day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that?
I did not.
All right. So we have actually a list of the.
Don't we have the world's greatest roller coasters right here?
We might.
We have a couple that we have some definite contenders.
This list is from USA Today, and
Which
it says
is a paper.
These are the 10 best roller coasters of 2022.
Yeah.
And should I jump right ahead? Because
go ahead.
Number one's here.
Yeah.
And it's my favorite roller coaster. El Toro.
No way.
At Six Flags.
That's the number one.
And on this list.
And they explain why.
It says this wooden roller coaster in Jackson, New Jersey is known as the Bull for its powerful and shaky train. It's also one of the tallest and fastest wooden roller coasters in the world, but this is no ordinary wooden roller coaster. It's built with some of the highest tech engineering which contributes to a totally unique old school, new school experience.
Yes. It's a hell of a roller coaster.
I love that
You
ride.
do get some...
But it's pretty simple. That's the thing. Now, Nitro's a little bit more modern and an awesome roller coaster.
What's the wooden coaster out at Hershey? Is it Tiger or something?
Tiger Uppercut?
Tiger Uppercut.
No. You have the Great Bear.
The Great Bear.
You have
the Not So Great Bear.
The Not So Great Bear. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. Steve, is it the Wildcat?
Maybe the Wildcat. It's right on this edge of the park, along the main road.
I like that one.
That's a good one.
That's a great ride.
Yeah.
Wooden roller coaster.
Yeah, it's called the Wildcat.
The Wildcat.
I got it.
So believe it or not, one of them is at Dollywood.
Yes, Dollywood.
Yeah,
always gets accolades for their rides. So what's the one at Dolly? I want to go to Dollywood.
I do too. It's called the Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod, the world's fastest wooden coaster, launches Dollywood thrill seekers from 0 to 45 miles per hour, a thrilling start to one of the park's most adrenaline-pumping attractions. Themed after 1950s hot rod, the roller coaster tops out at speeds more than 73 miles per hour. So it does one of those launching.
I love those.
Those things are awesome.
Kathy, are you a coaster fan, or can you handle
She
them?
hates them.
No, roller
No,
coasters?
she loves them.
No, I like roller coasters, but now I can't do more than like 2 rides. If I get on a 3rd ride, I'm not going to feel good.
What about if you like spaced it out? Like you had a whole day.
Yeah, I get no. I mean,
One
like 'cause I've
coaster,
gone
one
to-
water. One coaster.
Yeah. No, because I've gone to Hershey and like throughout the day, and I just start to feel it after the 2nd ride. And so if I get on that 3rd one, no matter when it is, Preston, and don't mistake my terrifying, fear, scream face, holding on to hating it. I do enjoy the roller
Okay,
coasters.
all right. I thought you didn't like them because you would always get so
no,
amped up.
totally, and I would still, because of course I think the worst, like it's going to come.
We're gonna die.
Yeah,
Like Final Destination.
The seatbelt's not going to work,
Yeah.
and I'm going to die.
Steve, we got loads of texts coming in. They're tearing down the Wildcat.
Oh,
They've closed it permanently and they're tearing it down.
I did enjoy it. Now it'll click any wooden coaster will sort of knock your fillings out because of the vibration. And I do really love the inverted coasters and the more high tech ones, but there's a great charm to the old wooden coaster. I hope they're replacing it with another roller coaster.
We're replacing it with a hybrid, apparently similar to El Toro.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Six Flags used to have a Rolling Thunder. It was a wooden roller coaster, and they had one. I guess you would race, and one would go forward, and the other one would go backwards.
I remember that.
Yeah,
and that was one that was around for a long time, right?
Yeah,
Rolling
that was
Thunder.
when we were in the 80s, when we were kids, when I first started doing roller coasters.
I think the first innovation at Great Adventure that I remember, Casey, was the Great American Scream Machine. And then they started bringing in like the
Batman ride.
rides.
I remember that Batman ride the first time I went waiting in line. If that ride lasts more than 18 seconds, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And I love it, and I'll still do it.
When you guys think the first roller coasters, what time in human history?
I'm going to guess.
I'm guessing
Coney Island?
40s.
Around the Neanderthal era?
Everyone loves the roller coasters at Coney Island. I'm going to say much earlier, though.
Yes, actually.
I'm going to say mid-19th century.
Mid-19th century. The first roller coasters appeared in Russia in the 1500s.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Everyone loves to have roller coaster.
Russian roller coasters were made of wood with icy ramps on which people slid down, often hurting themselves.
That
in the
sucks.
Process.
It's like when you go to the Renaissance Fair and they have those very prehistoric.
I love those.
I love. It's like a big pig that you sit in, right?
Yeah, and it's like a giant swing.
It's a giant swing. It's very cool.
Or they have one that twists around a pole. And
Have you guys
spins
done
around.
this at the Renaissance Fair?
It's all done with just ropes and wood. All right, so in the 1700s, wheels on carts made the difference. In Russia, the early coaster...
Wheels on carts and push people down ice.
The early...
200 rubles.
The early...
Now I kick you in the balls. 5 rubles, please. You're having fun? I push your mother off bridge.
The early roller coasters were such a hit that wheels were added to the cart so people could continue to ride during the summer as well as during the winter.
They had roller coasters with... Oh, okay, so they were basically sleds.
Yeah.
But they made them Yeah, they made them on ramps.
Yes.
Have you've seen the video footage? They have them. It's like in the Alps or whatever.
I've always wanted
the
to do
Alpine.
those.
Yeah.
I've
done
always
it.
wanted. You've done that?
I did it in Austria.
And how was it?
My sister and I were there, and we were taking the Sound of Music tour.
Ah.
And one of the stops
And there's
we
that great
made-
scene in The Sound of Music where they go down.
Yeah, and no, one of those along that tour, one of the stops was at one of those alpine downhill.
Oh man, was it?
It was cool.
Yeah.
So it's like this chrome looking track.
How long does it go for?
It went longer than I thought it would because they take you up to the top of this mountain, I guess. And then you have brakes, and that's mainly what you have to. You're not roaming freely. You have to brake.
Oh,
or you could find yourself in some trouble.
Okay, that's not good.
But
you control the brakes?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Seems like an awful lot of control to put in the person who's riding down this thing.
All right, you pulled up a video. It's not that one that I was on. That's like a rail.
Yeah.
That I was on like a track. It was almost like
like a luge?
a water slide. Yeah, like luge.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
like that type of thing.
Yeah, but what he was showing you is what I was thinking of.
Well, that thing looks crazy.
And that one apparently, Casey, has no brakes.
No.
Yeah, it's a coaster. So the Pigeon Forge Alpine. Is that Dollywood?
Pigeon Forge is where Dollywood is.
Yes.
Yeah.
But is this thing in Dollywood?
I don't know.
Because hers that was
No,
the
that's
lightning
Pigeon
rod.
Forge, Russia.
Oh yeah.
All right, so anyhow, the 1900s was the golden age of roller coasters from early teens to right before the Great Depression.
Everyone loves a great roller coaster. This young lad seems to be spitting up his lunch. And this young gal just defecated in her pantaloons.
Roller coasters rise in popularity.
Everyone's screaming and begging to get off. Oh, what a great afternoon at the park. And of course, since this predates any sort of checking device, everyone falls off constantly.
Coasters had a rise in popularity, featuring innovations like the world's first looping coaster.
Do you remember the first loop coaster you went on?
Yes, I do.
Lightning loops.
Where was that?
That was Six Flags.
Okay, yep, mine was at Six Flags as well, and I forgot the name of it. But yeah, I remember the first time I did it. I'm like, oh my, I was so scared, Steve.
I think Batman the Ride was my first loop.
Hey, Case, it wasn't Hershey for you? The Super Duper Looper?
No,
That was my first one.
It was definitely Lightning Loops, but Preston Lightning Loops was just one track. You went down, you went through a loop, and then you went up, and then you went back, and that was it.
Same thing in the one I rode. Yep.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was at the tree at the top of the when it would stop and then go back down?
What was there?
It was a gum tree, and people would when they get up there and they would stick their gum that they've been chewing, and so the entire tree trunk was covered in chewing gum. It was
You know
disgusting.
what they had there that was awesome, and I feel like there are a couple of parks that have something like this, but the Roaring Rapids or the Raging Rapids. Do you remember that ride?
There's the Super Duper Looper and then the Do It in the Pooper.
The Do It in the Pooper was you had to be at least 18 for that one.
Super Duper Looper.
Yeah.
Next to it was the Do It in the Pooper.
Yeah. But the
You gotta
Rapids
go real slow at first.
Yes. You gotta ease in.
Right.
The Rapids Press, you sat. It was a round raft. It was basically a log flume, but you were going through these rapids, and sometimes the flume would get locked in underneath a waterfall, and people would just get soaked.
But there's no looping.
No,
You couldn't work that.
no. But as a child, you're like, oh my god, what if it flips over and you die? You know, there was definitely.
Oh my God, what am I doing? You ever come in the first? Shut up.
For me, that was a magical place. The Six Flags growing up. It was just. I mean, they also had a really cool magic shop as soon as you walk through the gate. I loved going.
My parents got me a season pass like 3 years in a row, and it literally they would drop us off and just leave. I'd be there all day.
How far
long.
were you from there? How far of a ride?
It was about an hour.
Okay.
So they could leave us all day and come get us later on. So, but that was fun.
Yeah.
By the way, so in the 1950s, roller coasters tumble out of favor between the harsh realities.
Farewell to roller coasters.
Between
Replaced by the magic shop.
the harsh economic realities of the Great Depression and World War II, when metals and land were critical for the war effort, roller coaster popularity wanes. But 1955, Disneyland's game changer, Walt Disney visionary Matterhorn roller coaster debuted 4 years after the Southern California Park opens, and I guess that was part of ushering in.
When did Disneyland open? It was a 60.
No.
60
Disneyland or World?
Disneyland.
This is 1955.
Okay.
Yeah.
I rode the Matterhorn. I guess was the original iteration of the Matterhorn, and that was one of the greatest days of my life. My parents did the classic, not telling us. We lived in California at the time for just under a year, and we just went out on a drive on Saturday, and I'm looking, and I'm saying, wait a second, that's a snow-covered mountain on the horizon. What is that? And I go, that's the Matterhorn!
By the way, are the Comet and the Cyclone, are they still around at Coney Island? I want to say that those are the classic.
The Cyclone
early
was
ones.
it was considered a really formidable coaster. I think they might have kept one because of the nostalgia or the refurbished one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure though. That was years ago, and haven't really checked up on the status. Coney Island used to be fun in its seediness for a long time, and then they refurbed it. But it's those rides wouldn't hold up to the real mega parks.
Right. So anyhow, it is National Roller Coaster Day. So fortunately, we are in the throes of summer, and getting out to a roller coaster pretty easy to do.
They used to have
right
a
about
thing
now.
in the catalog, the Sears catalog, which was a roller coaster in your backyard. It'd be like you get a swing set and then the lamest roller coaster you could possibly see. But I always begged for it as a kid.
Trying to see if there are any other ones around here. There's the Voyage at Holiday World, Iron Gwazi at Busch Gardens in Tampa Bay.
Well,
These are the
Cedar
top
Point,
ones.
it should be, right? Isn't that the coaster kingdom of the world?
Yep. Jurassic World Velocicoaster at Universal's Islands of Adventure. Lightning Rod at Dollywood. Phantom's Revenge at Kennywood. Where's Kenny?
Where'd you get that wood, Kenny?
That's what are you doing there, Kenny?
I'll tell you that Hagrid's ride, the motorcycle chase or the motorcycle ride at Universal, that is absolutely one of the best coasters I've ever been on. It's not a classic coaster. You sit up on a motorcycle and the other person sits in the sidecar, but I love that roller coaster. I'll call it a roller coaster.
Is Kennywood like Kenny Rogers, like Dolly Parton's?
Oh, I don't know.
Dollywood?
What?
It's in Pennsylvania, isn't it?
Kennywood is in Pittsburgh, PA.
Okay. No, I don't think it's Kenny. I don't think Kenny Rogers has.
No.
He had the chicken places, and
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think
Kenny Rogers Roasters.
I don't think it's Kenny Rogers.
No,
because it would be next to Dollywood, right?
Yeah, it would have to be a little island between it.
Yeah,
in a stream. Yeah. Okay, so number 5 on this list is Steel Vengeance in Cedar Point.
Steel Vengeance.
Twisted Colossus at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. Mako at SeaWorld Orlando.
Always aggressive names.
And then El Toro.
Anus Imploder.
And then El Toro at Six Flags Great Adventure.
Yeah, naming a roller coaster, it has to have some sort of balls to it.
Pleasant afternoon.
Yeah.
Ride Pleasant Afternoon.
Yeah. I don't think that one's, no. We're not going to get on that.
There was one at King's Dominion, I think it was. It was one of the first rides that I remember actually as in the roller coaster that you go down and you veer down into a little pond or a mini lake that they've created. And you basically, the roller coaster goes into a tunnel.
Yes.
And it's blows you.
Terrifying.
Catches you
Think your head's
completely
gonna
off
get
guard.
cut off,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Yep. They, I've been on coasters like that, and that's always like, oh my God.
In the Hagrid ride, you get to a point where you are on the coaster and the track drops down. The entire track. Now, it's giving the impression that it's doing. It's not just, well, we hope it connects. But it drops down to another track below, and you take off from there.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty wild.
I love that. There's some at Disney that do that. There's one that's like an Everest ride or something like that.
Yeah.
They switch tracks at some point. You go backwards.
Is that the one that has the Yeti?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun ride.
That's really cool.
Yep. Hang on a second. It's Mike. Been to Kennywood. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, so Kennywood's in Pittsburgh, and it's pretty historic. There's a lot of when I lived there 30 years ago, Steel Phantom was the tallest roller coaster. Opens,
Does it have anything to do with Kenny Rogers?
No.
There's not a 900-foot Kenny Rogers holding the globe on his shoulders?
No Hollywood or Bollywood or any of that.
Bollywood, the ride.
I'd go to that, yeah.
Wow.
Hey, let me give it a shout out to my boys in Pittsburgh, the Pucciarellis.
All right.
Okay.
Hey,
Cool, man.
what's up, Chicharelli?
All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy.
Save a poop knife for me.
Today, it's a Pittsburgh thing.
Yeah, it is, right?
No, the toilet in the middle of the room.
In the bed, yes. in the basement.
Poop knives are universal.
Yeah. Everyone loves poop knives.
All right, anyhow. So it's National Roller Coaster Day, so observe in your way. We got plenty of, all the parks are open now.
Yes.
So obviously your chance to participate.
Height of the season.
Yep, wide open.
Well, I love the Dorney Park in October around Halloween.
Yes.
They close it
Oh,
down
my
at 9.
God. That's some of the most fun you're going to have.
Yeah, it's nice and like temperature wise, like it's if you like the chilliness, throw a nice little sweatshirt on and there's no lines. That's the way to go, man.
Yeah, we've experienced that many times, and you're right about the no lines thing. It's awesome. All right, should we take a break?
I think so.
We have some guests.
We do have some guests
arriving shortly, so I want to try to stay on time for that. But let's do that very thing when we get back. From the show Trying on Apple TV Plus, we're going to have Esther Smith and Rafe Spall who are here with us. So stay put. We will return in just a moment, my friends.
Preston and Steve.
Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal: a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to...
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to...
and then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Just his face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left to right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rubbing tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the in fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion.
Yeah.
Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think
We should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill
could.
Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rused you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if, or the building might not go for that? Or, are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, in addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
Go. Thank you. Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out.
Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's... I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that?
Kevin wrote it. My presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
freely.
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I mean, consider what we have done in the last 15 years. To just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well, he didn't know about that one.
Yeah, never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness. You just don't apprise him up.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually, their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to how can I help? right? You know, and it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's like, it's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, oh, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh, my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times. And you know, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge. And for some reason, it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And but you truly you have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that you know, doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre.
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, you know, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, you know. So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air and also in our programming and promotions department. I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah, that's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
You know, he's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. You know, he found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and you know, gotten, you know, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just, on this 50th alone, he's really
And the fact that he
much.
forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right, right, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They are seconds. I mean,
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were like they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii. She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve. I remember us going, "This is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to."
were like, you know, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
We're just hitting things.
I mean, It's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh my God.
She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Here's a gummy bear.
Maybe calm down a little bit. Thank you very much, Kathy. A warning, if you attempt to watch the Apple TV Plus show Trying and you haven't yet, you may be like Steve and watch an entire season in one night, which he did last night.
I did.
The entire first season
Yeah.
in one run.
Great. It's
And
a
you're-
great show.
You're absolutely loving it,
I
right?
can't wait to get into season 2 tonight.
We have the two stars of the show. Please welcome Esther Smith and Rafe Spall to the program.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. So, have you guys heard this a lot about the show that once people start to dive into it, that they go and do the full binge and just knock it all out?
Yeah, that feels like it's a common theme. I think it's just so easy just to watch one after the other, and it's so nice that you have 3 series now to.
Well,
yeah, totally.
And to that point, Esther, you've worked on the show. That's great, and it's tough to get the word out sometimes. We're just talking, before we came on about having a quality product that you'd like people to see. So we're going to endeavor to get people to do that. And as I was watching it, and the thing that immediately caught me, and I'm sure you probably hear a Ted Lasso comparison in tone. These are good people that you like, that you enjoy watching and you're rooting for. You genuinely feel good. You feel legitimate emotion. These aren't caricature people. They're real characters. And just explain the conceit, because I think it's a unique one. I've never seen a show that addresses this topic full on.
Absolutely, yeah. So the show is set in London, and we have a couple that have been together for a while that decide that they want to have children. They're not blessed with the natural ability to be able to do that, so they go down the route of adoption, which is a very involved process. And the first season is about them being approved by the local authority. And then the second season is about them being matched. And then the third season is about the kids that they've been matched with. But, I think that infertility as a subject is a thing that touches many people's lives, right? And is perhaps still a bit of a taboo. People don't talk about it that often.
No.
And as you said, these are good people trying to do the right thing. And I think most people watching will identify as good people trying to do the right thing.
So-
We all think we're good people, right? So
Well,
that's
yeah.
why it's...
We would like to believe it,
Yeah,
but you guys make a case for it. And my everyone here has kids except my wife and I do not. And you even address that sort of stigma of being the people at a party who don't have the kids' stories to tell, and all those various things. I think there's something firing in it. The legitimacy of the writing, and it's Andy Walton is the creator and writer.
Yeah.
He wrote every episode.
Every episode.
This is the most keyed-in person to the human condition that I've ever, seen. At least
I'm not going to tell him that you said that.
his head's probably big enough already. But there's one episode in particular in that first season. It was one that just made me watch the entire season straight through. The ex-girlfriend episode, where we've all had that situation where, Rafe, you have your ex-girlfriend, and you're having this relationship. But the way she articulates, why did you become the person that I really wanted you to be after we broke up?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's that's the kind of insight and things that you see that I think we connect to, because we're all massive Ted Lasso fans, in the human condition. And no one's a mustache-twirling nemesis, and everyone's got their foibles, and that resonates as real. And you can watch the show without feeling you're going to be bombarded with something that's going to... You're going to only connect to things, which is so hard to write and make it funny. And things that are, as you said, are kind of taboo, but you guys have such a chemistry. Was there an elaborate process in getting you together, or was it lightning in a bottle?
No, we met 3 hours before our chemistry. You have a chemistry read,
right?
To see if you have chemistry in front of people that you don't know, with someone that you don't know, just to prove that you have this thing called chemistry, which I just think is a mad kind of idea anyway. But so we met 3 hours before to see if we could go through the scenes, and we just chatted for 3 hours, didn't we? It was it was just such a it's just an instant thing. So I think we knew that we were okay and in safe hands. And
so my wife and I have been with 25 years, and it's there are those little subtle things, that little secondary language you guys sort of project, and then you know, I don't know if that's just because you're such good working partners.
We actually don't like each other.
We hate each other.
But it's hard to fake, though. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is difficult. But we, as Esther alluded to, we just immediately got on, and it was very clear that we liked each other as people, which is really important, because if you're going to be doing a TV show for a long amount of time, like the more I do this, the more I realize that the experience that you have making the thing is more important perhaps than the quality of the finished product, because the quality of the finished product really we have no control over.
Right.
And the only thing that we have control over as human beings is the fulfillment that we get from being able to do the thing that we always wanted to as kids, which was make TV shows, you know. And I get to hang out with one of my favorite people in the world every day when I'm on set.
Oh.
Get to come to Philadelphia with her. Yeah, it's really, you know, I'm so pleased that people like the show, and of course, like I've done a lot of shows that people don't like, so this is this is a relief. But really, like we have such a wonderful time doing it, and it's been such an important part of our lives. And you know, the people that like this show love this show.
Well,
right?
it has a sharp sense of humor too. Don't think that it has a really there's a bit of sarcasm. There's a bit of stuff that you would not expect to see joined with this in the way that it is. There are all sorts of there's Esther, you have a particular, it happens early on in the first season where there's a sort of a baby shower, I guess, or an event going on, a lot of babies, you're holding the baby, and you're like, you've decided I'm going to be nasty to this one, and I hope it doesn't grow up to be a prick.
Yeah. It's one of my favourite lines. It's
Yeah.
just because it's one of those things I really relate and recognise that. I don't know whether she means to say it. It just kind of comes out just because she's so filled with this, like, I guess maybe the unjustness of it, or like she feels that she's, you know, she's at a baby shower and she's at that stage in her life where there are people with babies and children everywhere, and everyone's doing the grown-up thing in the right way that they think that being a grown-up should be, and I just think that these things come out of her mouth, and then
it's great.
It's so funny.
It is great.
And I love playing that.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I almost want to apologize to you guys because I watched the trailer for the show today, and I'm like, this looks really great. I think I can really dive into this. And you guys are 3 seasons in, and I'm just now finding out about it. And it's unfortunately the nature of so many different things of there are these great shows that exist, and there's a glut of, as Steve was saying, of you know,
quality stuff
that's out there. And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I wish I would have known about this.
But it's so great, right? That's one of the great things about it. Like I do it in my everyday life. Like, there's that show with Pamela Adlon called Better Things. I don't know if you've seen that show.
I've heard of it, yeah.
So you've heard of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I'd heard of it, and then I had like 4, 5 seasons there waiting for me, and it was tremendous. And it's fantastic. There is so much quality out there because I guess a lot of the talent that was involved in the movie making business, as in like exhibition cinema, has now moved over to the TV world. Like you get movie stars doing TV shows, and it's terrific, and all these amazing writers, and also the long form of it is really, I think, exciting for creatives.
Yeah, oh my
because you
God, it
can't
makes
do-
such a difference.
Yeah, well, listen, nobody would ever, like, when you heard of a movie that was going to be 3 hours long, you're like, oh my God.
Right.
I can't sit in a movie theater for 3 hours, and now you'll sit down for 5 hours or 4 hours and watch an entire season.
I did it last night. You're like, man, there's only 8 episodes in this season.
There's only 8 hours. Only 8 hours. But we mentioned Ted Lasso a couple of times, and I feel like I was the first one on this show to watch Ted Lasso. And they were basically working on season 2. It was about to be released. And it wasn't until, like, I think it might have been like a bunch of Emmy or Golden Globe nominations. I'm like, what the freak? Like, all right, I guess I'll just give it a try, you know? And I did. And then I fell in love. And then I told him. And Preston is very reluctant to watch or listen to anything that I recommend.
Yeah.
And he did. Well, and then he loved it. But like now,
you're going to watch Trying, aren't you, Preston?
I listen to anything that Steve recommends. And if Steve is going to tell me that this show is amazing, then I'm going to watch it because this guy right here is like, I mean, I trust his. There are people that I trust their opinions when it comes to food, and then there's people I trust when it comes to like watching something on TV or in the movies. And Steve's that guy.
Well,
so.
thank you. Also, let me ask you a question because important too. And again, I don't want to keep up bringing Ted Lasso, but we love the show, and I love your show, and they're going to love your show. Music plays such an important part in it, and there's a busker that appears. Periodic, different, but the music is really wonderful. Is that all original stuff for the show, or am I just not?
Yeah, so that's Maisie Peters. And
Okay.
She did our music for series 2, but she appears in series 1 as a busker, and then Yeah, and then she did the odd track, I think, and then for series 2, she essentially did the whole soundtrack.
But you know, actually, so the director of the show, we were filming in Camden, and he saw this young woman busking, and was like,
Camden, England, by the way.
You should check out Camden, New Jersey.
Yeah,
You
not
really
Camden, New
should.
Jersey, but shout out Camden, New Jersey.
You'll think you're back in England.
Yeah, exactly. No, so
visit our Kensington before you leave as well.
Yes, I heard it's terrific. It's quite similar to our Kensington.
Very much.
So he sees this young woman busking. He's like, "You're terrific. Do you want to be in the show?" She then subsequently becomes the first person to be signed by Ed Sheeran's record label. And then she opened up on tour for him. So then she did the music for the entire second season. But the first season was a great British band called Elbow. Do you know the British band Elbow?
No.
Really good. Guy Garvey.
Yeah.
He's really cool. You should check those guys out. They did the music for the first season, and then the third season is done by a British band called Bear's Den. So one musical artist does the whole season's music, but it plays a big part in the show.
Well, it's great. So and so again, for that binging thing, which we all love to engage in as various shows run out. Obviously, you're trying is a series that you need to check out. You guys, though. You have been, you've had a fairly long run, Rafe, and Esther, you're kind of a newbie. Yeah. Rafe, you worked with one of our good friends of the show, Adam McKay, on The Big Short. And what was that experience like working with that crew of?
Do you know, like my first day on that set, right? Was I had a scene that Steve Carell was in, Ryan Gosling and Brad Pitt, right?
Oh my God.
And because it was my first day, I didn't have anyone to be like, oh my God, look, guys. I didn't have anyone to be like, there's the most famous people in the world. So I was just very hysterical, right? And it was like quite a sort of improvised scene, and I couldn't stop laughing. And McKay was like, love the choice with the laughing. It's really cool. It's just like, I'm just overwhelmed. That's not a choice. And then Brad Pitt comes in, and the only way it's like, meeting Brad Pitt is like staring at the sun. Like he has this wattage, like those crazy movie stars. There's something about them, and you like they walk in the room, it's like, oh, it hurts to look at you. It hurts to look at you. But that was an amazing experience. You know, we shot that in New Orleans, pretending to be in New York. We had a few days in New York, but it was a really amazing experience. And Adam McKay is one of the great filmmakers.
He's just and the nicest guy, and he's obviously he's always very loyal to this area. We do a charity drive every year that he always is a part of and donates to. But
he's a good man.
Did in a movie as scripted as that? Because they will do the free line arama thing where he'll just take a few minutes just to improvise. Was that something they did on that? It wouldn't.
He sits there with like his microphone, the God mic as it's known, and he'll sit there in like Video Village as it's called, where all the screens are, the monitors and stuff, and he'll have his microphone and he'll shout out ideas for lines for you, and then you do lots of improvisation, lots of it. And so, which was great, but being the only Englishman for like what felt like 1,000 miles around, having to improvise in an American accent is
daunting.
A little bit, yeah, but it was all right. Got away with it.
And Esther, you come from you did some theater work, and you were in the original production of the Harry Potter.
Yeah, and the Cursed Child.
And the Cursed Child.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
Yeah,
Preston and Nick are massive fans. Yeah,
I really. Have you seen?
No, I want to see. I know. We were in London a few years ago, and I had the opportunity, and I passed, and like an idiot. So I need to go and see it at some point.
It's a big undertaking because it's over 2 like big plays. So
right.
It's, that was an incredible experience to be part of that franchise. Is kind of that world is it's just really magical, and now it's everywhere. I think they've got it in New York and San Francisco, and it's traveled around a bit.
Esther, you had mentioned you guys did this chemistry meeting thing, but you had worked together before because you were both in the same Black Mirror episode.
Oh yes, we were, weren't we? But we didn't have any scenes together.
Yeah, but it was White Christmas, which was kind of a story inside of a story, if I remember correctly. Was John Hamm in that episode?
Me and John Hamm. Yeah. We get caught in this like cabin forever or whatever, and you played an anaesthetist.
Very important part.
Yeah.
Anaesthetist called Madge, and that's literally all she said. She just introduced herself as an anaesthetist called Madge.
Which is a hard word to say.
And that's
it's so hard. Do you know how many takes I had to do? Because it's like I forgot how to walk and talk and say that word at the same time. It's hard.
Anaesthetist.
Anaesthetist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we say anesthetist.
Oh, anesthetist.
Yeah.
That's easier.
Oh.
Yeah, so there we go.
Anesthetist.
Yes, there we go.
You got
that show is so brilliant. There's so much. So I have the BritBox
there
thing
you go.
and all this. I watch it. But Preston was one of the first and Casey to get turned on to it. And we reference, I don't know if you guys There's an episode that we think pertains to the world we live in right now. I don't know if you watched the series, the Metalhead episode about the robotic sort of Boston Dynamics.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Okay.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Was that one of the ones?
It's happening right now. It's happening.
Was that one of the ones that was made in the States? That was one of the American ones.
It's in black and white,
I don't
and
think so.
it's actually sort of anomalous to the rest of the series.
Oh,
in its
interesting.
approach, but it's just a brilliant show. But it's that we constantly refer to that one.
I don't like the States ones as much as I like.
Me either.
Yeah, they just
the
don't
British.
feel the same.
Yeah, I like the pig one.
Oh, that's the first one,
So that's
wasn't
the
it?
first one.
Yeah.
That is the first one, and I didn't know what Black Mirror was, so I watched that first episode, and then I watched the second episode, and I'm waiting to see like what happens to the. And I'm like, oh, this.
You know,
this
it's
is a
gonna be a
whole different
continuing story.
But you know what's crazy about the pig one is it is actually based on something true.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So the prime minister the two prime ministers ago, David Cameron, he was part of a club. Don't worry, I'll be cool about it. I won't say anything too much. I know it's the morning. He was part of a club where the thing that is in that show was part of an sort of hazing ceremony, initiation thing to get into the club, which was called the Bullingdon Club, which is a Oxford University. It's a sort of drinking club, and that was there was a variation of what happens in that show.
Oh my God!
You had to do to get into that club.
For people who aren't familiar with Black Mirror, it is a Twilight Zone with a very
Eagles Super Bowl victory, because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It truly was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just
Thanks,
saying
man.
that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it. I was so happy.
They
They never do it.
It doesn't
But,
matter what service.
But you know, the Apple are really behind us. They really love the show, and we were one of their first commissions, first original shows. You know.
Well, that's
and,
maybe why
yeah.
it kind of got lost in the
exactly.
sauce. But it's sitting right here. And again, I'm telling you, this is a show that makes you feel good in all the right ways, and all the humor, which is not telegraphed, comes in the right way. And I found myself laughing out loud a number of times. Because also there's a whole bunch of people who populate your life, your friends and family, who deliver the kind of inappropriate things that friends and family will tend to say to you without realizing, you shouldn't have said that. And that's what makes it ring so true. Yeah.
But it's all with love, you know. Like again, like it's a bunch of people trying to do the right thing and coping with difficult situations with humor, which is very human, which is something I've always done. You know, is when like things are going badly in my life, I tend to make jokes. So I think it's pretty identifiable in that way.
Well, early on, Esther, your character of Nikki basically says, this hell, we're going to hell in a handbasket. This is everything's going to end, and basically, Rafe, your character says, well, at least you have a plan, and that's the approach. It was funny to us to see again. Reactions to shows that are like this, and again, sorry for the Ted Lasso connection, but people actually, there was this backlash of like, well, it's uplifting, and there seemed to be a bizarre. It makes you feel good, and what's that about, and why is it? Not everything needs to be that.
Totally. It's funny, I think we're so used to a lot of doom and gloom that to actually like feel good maybe it's a bit of a surprise.
It was such a shock, I guess that's what the issue is.
But I guess there was a trend for a long time in TV, which resulted in a lot of great TV of anti-heroes, like John Hamm in Mad Men, like Tony Soprano, people that, although they've got lots of flaws, you still root for, right? So that was a sort of trope, which and shows like Us and Ted Lasso, it's like, no, it's okay to be a good person and be trying to do the right thing. Because I think that's how we all identify ourselves.
You know what though? I was trying to with Ted Lasso, like I was waiting for something to happen where he shows his true self, and he never did, or he always did. Or, you know what I mean? Like I was just waiting for that. So
exactly. Well, it's the same with these guys. Like they're just good people.
Just cynical viewers, I guess.
I would imagine the community, the infertility, people who are dealing with this and they realize are reaching out to you guys as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's so lovely about social media, because you can have that instant dialogue with people. The amount of people that have got in touch is continuous and is overwhelming. People that are either going through infertility or having particular struggles, or people that are adopting or going through the process. You know, the common thing that we seem to hear is that they just don't. It makes them feel not alone in it, which I think is so important.
It's got to be, because it's all about also being judged. I mean, again, these are you're being judged, and the question you're asking yourselves is, you know, as your characters, well, are we worth it? Are we really up to snuff? Or, you know, you make a list of the things that are bad about yourself in preparation for this packet of adoption, and oh, I look at this now, and we seem to be bad. And then you realize, no, you're good. You're good. And that, you know, we sometimes we get judged a lot in life, and sometimes you need to be reminded, no, you're worth something. You know, you've got something to offer, and that's as wonderful a message as you're going to find on television right now.
And you know what? I want to take this moment because Nick and I were corresponding with a woman named Shelley, and I guess we had a conversation about IVF. Not that long ago, within the last year or two. And so Shelley, she thanked us for having the conversation and had gone through 5 unsuccessful rounds of IUIs, 3 rounds of IVF. She and her husband welcomed a baby boy, Miles Michael, and that happened on August 5th. So so I just wanted to send a congratulations out to her because, you know, this is something that is you know, happening all over the world, and you know, people listening right now are going through it, and so you know, sometimes you know, really
you're not
things
alone.
do happen.
Yeah, and things do happen. Yeah, and it's very cool. So
that's very heartening to hear. You know, but I think it's it's a show because, you know, some people won't be affected by the issues in it, but I think that something that everyone feels is getting to a certain stage in your life where you feel like something's missing, right?
And that's yeah.
For them, it's kids. For others, it might be career. For others, it might be a new partner, like a geography, like where you're living. But I think that that's something that we get to at a point in our life, and we're like, something's missing. Like something needs to change in my life. And in their case, it's a kid.
Yeah.
And I find it like so moving. They're wanting to connect with a child that they do get eventually matched with. But like it's embarrassing to say, but I cry watching my own TV show, and I don't know whether it's worse to be moved by your own work or laugh at your own jokes. I don't know what's worse, but I sit there sobbing at myself in a TV show. It's not good.
Listen to some of the text coming in. It says, Trying is one of the best shows ever. This says, love the show. Trying is the best. They play the cutest couple.
Yes.
And there's several other, just people are saying the same thing. Absolutely love Trying. My wife and I started watching season 1 when it came out while my wife was pregnant with our first son. Everyone should watch this show. So it is on Apple TV Plus.
Yeah, and now you have many episodes.
That's kind of why I'm happy, because now, you know, my wife and I love to have our show that we can, you know, because we do have kids and things get chaotic, and when we can sit down and have that time, and they're 30-minute episodes.
Yeah, and you're going to feel good.
You can knock these out. There is currently 6 seasons in third episode, or I'm in this
6 episodes
in third season. They come out on Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how many episodes in this particular season, the third season?
8.
You know, it's gonna be
8 episodes. So 6 comes out Friday coming.
Friday,
yeah.
Okay. So you'll have this entire 3 seasons to go through.
It's all there for you.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah. And it's just, you know, people say that the show is like a sort of warm bath or a hug or whatever. It's just makes you feel good, you know.
And there is nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with feeling good.
People want to fight feeling good and liking people and supporting their quests and their decisions about life. You just get behind it and love these people.
Esther, can you say busking again? Because I really liked it.
Do you know what? As soon as I said it, I thought no one's going to know what I just said. Busking.
Bus. But, you know, can you tell that, because Esther's got a very specific English accent, which is from the Midlands, which is an area called the Black Country, and it's very specific.
It's very specific.
I don't know if this is insulting to. You're adorable, and your character, you're so legitimately adorable.
She is.
And it's also because I think of there's a line in It's a Wonderful Life where Jimmy Stewart's going at the old avaricious character in the play, and Potter, and he's saying, these are the real people that do most of the living and the dying, and you guys project that. You work as a customer relations for a rental car company, and yet you're up when you answer the phone, and that's the common thing of most people, and that's what it means so much to, and see you guys go through this. So I know but I just thought it was wonderful. I just thought that first season
But they're
was
regular
so good.
folks as well. Like, they don't have fancy jobs. They've got like regular jobs. Nikki works on the phones in a car hire company. And
you're a teacher?
I teach English as a foreign language to foreign students. And I guess like a lot of the popular culture that comes out of Great Britain in terms of like Richard Curtis movies, which are great, but those guys all live in like, $15 million houses. Have pretty fancy lives. But these are like regular folk. Who don't have a lot of money or status or any of that stuff. They're just, trying to do the right thing. I just finished I was just doing To Kill a Mockingbird, the play in the West End, the Aaron Sorkin version. And there's a great bit at the end of it where Scout says to the audience, in terms of like, it's like a coda to the play. She's like, trying to do the right thing is the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that definitely applies to these characters. They're trying to do the right thing. They might fail, they might do it wrong, but they keep trying to be good, and I think that's really beautiful.
It's great. Again,
I saw in one of the trailers Imelda Staunton. Are there any other cameos or people that pop up that we would know?
She's in it quite a lot, Imelda.
She's in it?
She's amazing. We had her in the studio.
Oh, she was
I
great.
have such a crush on her.
Oh, you do?
I
Fantastic.
do, no doubt. Like that pink outfit that she wears in Harry Potter. I was like, I don't know. Like, I just have a
It's
thing.
niche, but I like it. It's good. Yeah.
She's such a lovely human. She was so much fun to work with, and just so like her part as well. She plays this social worker, and she's kind of this dotty character, and she's got so much to say, and she's just a pro. I don't know how she does it.
She is a pro. Do you remember when you told her to get in the trash can?
Oh yeah, and she did.
She did it. Well, she said it as a joke. She was, what did you say?
I said, because this trash can is huge and Imelda's quite tiny,
She's
and I
very
was
small.
like, get in the trash can.
And she did.
She did it.
That doesn't surprise me. When she came by here, we were expecting her to be, fairly proper. She was like,
Yeah.
footloose, fancy-free goofball, having a great time. She was awesome. So.
No, she's cool, man. And now she's playing the queen in The Crown.
The Crown.
Yeah, she's now the queen. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, we want people. This is my new show. It's going to be my new show.
You're going to love it.
You will not be disappointed.
It's called Trying. It's on Apple TV Plus. There are 3 seasons for you to choose from. The new episodes come out on Friday, so make sure that you take a look now. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks for having us. That was fun. That was
Our
great.
pleasure. Esther Smith and Rafe Spall from the show Trying. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there.
Yeah, it
and
was
freaked
right in
everybody
their
out.
face. Belichick's like, what? Starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities are they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, who's bigger out there?
I was. It's funny. I was at the there's an exclusive club called the Soho House. Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw. This was just 2 weeks ago. I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook, and they were just sitting there, and I freaked out. I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
there's like a
you
connection
lived
there.
your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that? What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band, from Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little, I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians,
No, I'm
actors.
a fan just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn, De Niro, all the great acters, Pacino,
We'll see
all these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a
If
thing.
you saw me when what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean? You can't say that here.
No,
Sorry.
of course you can. It's legal now.
It's medical. Pulled off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good medically
It's
here.
legal. My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to L.A. My friend Tony. They just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing. You can go and just
get it. You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
Or as
both.
the Jews say, Israel. Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically, every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots. So it's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very... But, I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So, do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. Give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of, thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's like that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem?
No, I did not.
You didn't. Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible. It's
ruined
the
the
Torah
show.
part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor. That
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on with you're busy. You have your podcast. You have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. It's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the. I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them, and
Adam McKay too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and kind of, you know what I mean.
So he was a fan.
That's nice
he
to
was
hear.
a fan. Yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about again like a Will Ferrell, where somebody just out of the blue, or somebody that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh man, I don't know, dude. It's too early for that. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
You know, it
well,
is
we were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
He was at the mansion occasionally,
Always.
right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at Spring Break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was
He's
awesome.
cool, right?
He was,
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and Fabio,
and Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. They're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then.
Back then.
That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN,
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ING words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
In the glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. And just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
it does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
You know what? I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicator.
Yes.
And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were balls, a little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case.
Oh.
So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, like I'm thinking like second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to like not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, to conserve water. Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire now.
Exactly.
Like,
I will do anything to like save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water,
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's get into it. And I just looked at my stories. Like I put these together the night before and have them, in an order.
It's out of order now?
No, something.
Nothing's out of order.
Wrong. I have like a series of not fun stories here. I'll try to, let me see what I can.
Well, smile when you read them.
Okay. A man was fatally shot during an argument at a youth football game on Saturday evening.
That's a knee slap.
South of Dallas. No, police identified the suspect as Yaqub Talib, who remained wanted by authorities. Police said responding officers were told a disagreement among coaching staff.
Oh, my God.
And the officiating crew happened. The disagreement unfolded. The coaches got into a physical altercation. One of the people involved in the fight fired a gun. One man was shot. He was taken to the hospital and later died.
These things get away from people a lot when it comes to these, coaches at kids' sports.
Yeah. The police had named Talib as the suspect, but more information about his involvement in the shooting was not released. He's the brother of former NFL cornerback Aqib Talib. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Both are coaches on the North Dallas United Bobcats, the other team playing at the time of the shooting. So it started when the victim went to pick up a football and somebody kicked it away, and that led to the fighting and eventually the shooting. That's terrible. Terrible story. All right, let me see. All right, this one's not so terrible.
All right, we'll take it.
A Georgia man called 911 to complain about getting cold French fries from McDonald's on Friday. However, the man seemed to have forgotten that he is a murder suspect on the run from police.
I just remembered I'm a murder suspect. Forget that I even called.
Body cam video shows the man eating pavement instead of fast food. Antoine Sims got in an argument with the staff of the McDonald's in Kennesaw, Georgia. And Sims was upset that his order was taking too long and the fries were cold. He said, apparently to the police, he said, "So now our food is sitting there cold. So when I come up, I try the fries. The fries are lukewarm, but they're not hot." The manager of the fast food restaurant reportedly offered Sims a refund, but he declined the offer because he said it would take the days for the money to be returned to his bank account.
Mm-hmm.
Sims and McDonald's employees both called 911 over the dispute. So everybody's calling the cops.
Of course. What is the number that you call? I know 811 before you dig. What's the French fry line?
It's 822.
822.
Yeah. No, but anyhow, the owner said that he was cursing at him and wanted him to leave and to be issued a criminal trespass warning. The manager said, "I don't want him to ever come back here." He said, "The dude's obviously on probation. He's got an ankle bracelet on." Police gathered his side of the story and then requested dispatch run a check on Sims through the crime database. An officer asked Sims to sign a document vowing that he won't trespass at this McDonald's location in the future. And the cop urges Sims to get closer to sign the paperwork, but he quickly backs off. He said, "I'm afraid of y'all. I just did 3 years, sir. I'm afraid of y'all." Sims then asked if he was under arrest, and the officer replied, "Yeah." And that's when he started taking off. Several officers chased him through the McDonald's parking lot into an apartment complex. An officer fired a taser at the man from behind, hit him in the back. He immediately crashed to the pavement. Sims was previously charged with the 2018 murder of a woman. In 2019, marshals captured him in Wisconsin. He was charged with homicide, arson, concealing the death of another. He was due back in court in July to enter his plea, but never showed up, and he had a warrant out for that. So.
Listen, I don't know if they'd go for it, but I think McDonald's has a commercial in this. Just how good their fries are.
Yeah, that you call the police even though
you're wanted for
murder. Yeah, that's how much you want your fries toasty. A woman was killed in an apparent alligator attack in South Carolina on Monday.
Now, she attacked the alligator? Or
no, the other way around. Okay. The large alligator was spotted near the edge of a pond in Sun City Hilton Head, an adult-only community, guarding what was believed to be a person.
Alligator bit my hand off.
Oh, my God.
Responders found the gator and
never gets old.
Dead person. The victim hasn't been identified. The gator is still being recovered from the pond. Alligators are active during spring and summer because with temperatures rising, their metabolism increases and they look for food.
I thought that's the time of year they fly to Capistrano.
That's a salmon.
Yeah, the salmon fly to Capistrano. Let's see. A man has been arrested after being found with his father's decapitated head in one hand.
Oh my God.
And the knife that was presumably used to remove it. The other, I told you I had some messed up stories.
It's
here.
okay.
Yeah.
Nice, this is okay.
The horrific.
Where are my French fries?
Dude.
Did you call 822?
I did.
The horrific incident happened when police found the father's body in a parking lot over the weekend. Locals have
You're the
reported
best son ever.
witnessing a heated debate among the family members and the son chasing the father around with a large knife.
Yeah.
Police
We
followed
worked it out.
a trail of blood to where the son was standing with undeniable evidence. Police say they struggled with the son to detain him.
I never needed my body.
The weekend attack was carried out by a Moroccan man known to police for petty crimes and drug charges.
I think he skipped it up a bit now.
I think he did take a bit of a leap, yes. Human remains discovered at a South Auckland, Australia home last week had been brought there unwittingly among the contents of a recently acquired storage locker.
Oh, my God.
Police launched a homicide investigation after the remains were found at a property.
We used to rent a storage locker down in Manayunk, and I'd see people like opening up their own things, and I'm like, you just know something's wrong in that storage locker.
The discovery was made after the residents brought unowned property to their address. Residents were not thought to be involved. The human remains originated from a local storage company, and the residents went to the storage unit and picked up a trailer load of goods, taking it home without realizing its grim nature. So they had bought this.
Right. And they'll set it off. If people aren't paying their bills, they'll just auction off their stuff.
Yep, exactly. A family member of the property said that they had been told to not talk to media by police, but confirmed they had been offered victim support. All right, and there you go. That's all I have.
That's gruesome.
The bizarre file for you this morning. Tattoos Day, running out of time. Text word tattoo to 39333. Somebody's going to win a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and you'll find them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. So get on that. Text word tattoo 39333. Coming back. And let's see. Trash and music news up next. Stay there.
Gosh darn paper straws. They get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink. And it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart. And I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not just use a
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh, my God, it's a pleasure.
Hold on, turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that, like, I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
so listen. We were at
knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of now, do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. Like that would, like, for me, like when you see a bride,
vulgar?
I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what
she's opening the beer that way.
Yeah.
I try. That hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little... Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was... You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink something out of beer that look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I
the
was
other
going male
thing.
part.
If
Well,
like
were you?
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, but they people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
I was trying to help the health industry. and there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
put your hands up.
Give up your stupid
Give
cause.
it up.
No.
Yeah. Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Word girl. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen.
It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton. Word girl.
Word girl.
Oh, I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word.
That's it.
Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to
Yes,
the Q-tip
I am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's my
right?
fight song.
That's right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
The hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is...
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ear.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got the thing in my
Listen, man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about
tip.
SP subpar?
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so
F
maybe
that.
that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet, but he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across and became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody.
I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bosco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bosco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No.
Oh, Marion, sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bosco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,107. What are the week prizes this week? 4-pack of weekend tickets to attend all 4 days MMR Rocks Firefly Festival, September 22nd to 25th in Delver, Delaware. So make sure you get that letter, which is coming up at the end of the show. We don't want you to miss out on that opportunity and go and see all those bands like Weezer and My Chemical Romance and Green Day and all that stuff. So listen up. It's coming up shortly. We will do that in a little while. In the meantime, we got something else to give away. We have a lesson question. Pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer Sunday, September 4th at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. And the question we're going to go with today is this: which Amish treat is good for dunking in coffee and can be used as a tampon?
Oh.
215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. All right. Which Amish treat? It's not coffee soup or anything like that.
No.
Which Amish treat is good for dunking in coffee and can be used as a tampon? 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the answer? Well, then call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we go today. What's up, Steve?
Well, producer extraordinaire Vince Gilligan is reportedly working on a spin-off of Better Call Saul, which is itself a spin-off of Breaking Bad. The new series involves Saul's neighbor who invents a robotic little girl and will be called Better Call Vicky.
Oh, my God.
Alec Baldwin's lawyer challenging the FBI after they concluded the actor did, in fact, fully pull the trigger on the gun that killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Baldwin's lawyer now claiming the trigger was actually pulled by Stephen Baldwin. And finally, Amber Heard hiring David L. Axelrod and J. Ward Brown of Ballad Spar to represent her in her appeal of the Johnny Depp defamation verdict. Axelrod and Brown are reportedly LA's, quote, top fecal lawyers. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to the phone, see if we can answer this question. Which Amish treat is good for dunking in coffee and can be used as a tampon? 215-263-WMMR. It's BJ. Who's going to take a shot at it? BJ, you there?
Yeah.
All right, BJ.
Why would you think he wouldn't be there?
Is everything all right?
Which
Are you there?
Which Amish treat is good for dunking in coffee and can be used as a tampon?
Dead mice.
Dead mice. Yeah. Well done, sir. Hang on, BJ.
I think he's hang gliding.
We'll give you a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer Sunday, September 4th, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Atlantic City, and tickets for both of Bert's shows, September 3rd and 4th. They're on sale now. You can go to WMMR.com for complete details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, it's brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. Stop by Rita's today and grab their newest, sweetest treat. Go candy crazy with Rita's new Candy Kapow Ice. And you want to get there quick because it is available for a limited time only. Kapow, pow, pow.
Pow, pow, pow. Kaboomba.
That is correct. All right, so Michelle Branch is setting herself free. The singer filed for divorce from her husband, Black Keys drummer Patrick Carney, on Friday. In the filing, Branch cited irreconcilable differences as a reason for the split, and the documents state that the parties are no longer capable of resuming their marital relationship and living together as husband and wife. Branch took this step to divorce her husband of 3 years only one day after she announced their separation amid claims of his infidelity and her arrest following an alleged domestic dispute between them. The divorce papers. Branch also requested that she be named primary residential parent of the pair of sons, Reese James and daughter Willie Jacket, as well as asking that Carney receive reasonable parenting time privileges while paying child support. Now,
so it's just been 3 years that they've been together, huh?
Yep. She said in a statement at the time, following her tweeting and deleting accusations of his cheating, to say that I am totally devastated doesn't even come close to describing how I feel for myself and for my family. The rug has been completely pulled from underneath me, and now I must figure out how to move forward with such small children. I ask for privacy and kindness. So she was arrested on August 11th and booked for domestic assault. According to an arrest affidavit, police were called to the house around 2 a.m. for a disturbance, and Branch told police that she and her husband were arguing over marital issues and admitted slapping him on the face 2 times.
There's I guess a booking photo of her that shows her with her face red as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did not have any visible injuries. The singer was released on a $1,000 bond. Her court date has been set for November 7th. So we'll see where that goes. That's too bad. All right, how about this one? Here's the weird story of the day.
All right.
Corey Feldman.
Yes.
Claims that Marilyn Manson sabotaged his 2017 The Heavenly Tour by doing such things as planting backup singers who were purposely singing off-key.
No.
And playing wrong parts.
That music of his is so precise, you would screw it up completely.
As well as letting Feldman use Manson's tour bus and bus driver, which repeatedly broke down. He told Consequence of Sound the Heavenly Tour was definitely the exact opposite of that. It was the Hellish Tour, but that was due to infiltration. We had people that were sent in that were spies that were not there to be musicians, but were there to cause mayhem.
Was the Heavenly Tour the one that with the Today Show appearance with the kitty kitty?
I don't know.
Do we have that?
2017 is when this was, so it sounds
about right, yeah.
Maybe.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It was, people could not
remember
believe what they were watching.
Last year, Feldman accused Manson of decades-long mental and emotional abuse. At one point, tweeting, "The abuse his psycho hands out was known to me by the spies he sent into my life to ruin my tour." He alleged that Manson was able to manipulate my tour through these false angels, including planting his bus driver, Wade, on my tour.
So here's a guy, Corey Feldman, who could easily sell at any arena, and he's being undermined by Marilyn Manson. That's just not right.
Feldman admits he doesn't know why Manson would want to ruin his tour, saying,
No one does.
I don't really know the reason. I can't tell you other than the fact that we just know that he was behind the scenes of a lot of stuff.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we have music from him from 2015. 2017 was when he was doing the Corey Haim and he were being abused.
Okay.
He was on like the Today Show and stuff like that.
You remember he did that? Oh. You got it?
Yeah, this is actually round 2, this song that he did on the Today Show.
And it was in 2017.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Staring out the window, caught inside a dream. Ignorance is wishful.
But it's just, there's nothing.
His strength is as a songwriter, right?
Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, lyrically, I was touched. by that.
Absolutely.
And it actually, it made me feel very surreal while listening to that.
He's that good.
I think I would rather him sing Trololo than have to listen to those.
What's Trololo?
Those the la 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 la.
Right, yeah.
I'd rather him just do that than have to listen to those words.
But the Kitty Kitty performance, if you've never seen it on the Today Show, when it ends, you know, it. I can't even imagine. There's just a stone quiet, like a quiet that goes over the set that people.
I remember that. They didn't know what to do.
They were somewhere just psychologically ruined from that point on.
Yep. All right. Well, apparently Marilyn Manson had infiltrated his.
It's Marilyn Manson that makes him stink.
Mm-hmm. On September 23rd, Alice in Chains will issue a remastered 30th anniversary 2 LP 12-inch black vinyl edition of their second album, Dirt. The album, which was the band's last album to be recorded with the core 4 founding members, Jerry Cantrell, Sean Kinney, and late members Mike Starr and Lane Staley.
If you never got one of the other 3,500 collector's editions, this is the one to get.
This is another one of those that's got, you know, a gazillion different versions of it.
Plus a crock pot.
All right, and then finally, well, that would be kind of
kinda cool.
Yeah, or maybe, you know.
It's my Alice in Chains crock pot.
Yeah. Finally, Gene Simmons gave the blueprint of how the Kiss brand may live on after the band wraps its ongoing End of the Road tour. He
In the souls of chickens.
He touched on the
sentient chickens.
The final.
Sorry. Was it spaceship?
Yeah.
My bad.
So anyhow.
Yes, Gene. I want you to come aboard. I want to show you something. I've discovered a planet in the Centaurus section of the Milky Way that is populated with chickens. I thought you'd find that to be a real gas.
Not to give anything away, but like in the beginning of the new Thor movie, they're basically fighting chickens.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the aliens that he needs to thwart in battle. They kind of like chickens, but probably more like an owl, like an owl face. Yeah.
Okay.
And like it.
Casey didn't like it. Okay.
I didn't like it.
So anyhow, he touched on the Final Kiss concert, saying, we don't know if it's going to be in New York. I have good reasons why it should be, but the important thing is when it's the last show, it'll be the last show. Kiss, the touring band, will stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all know Corey Feldman.
But he said, but the touring band Kiss will continue in other ways. I have no problems with 4 deserving 20-year-olds sticking the makeup back on and hiding their identity. So they really want someone else to take it on and carry it. I just don't
It's really
see
not what
that happening. I see maybe a tribute. Yeah, there are Kiss tribute bands.
Do you know that they
But
actually?
then what's the difference?
They actually have a process by which they authorize them. So they authorize their own tribute bands.
Right. Regarding the Kiss brand living on beyond the touring shelf life of the group, Simmons explained, Kiss will continue in ways that even I haven't thought of, but I can conceive of, He said, like, I can conceive of the Blue Man Group or Phantom of the Opera tours around the world with different personnel.
But all cast with chickens.
There could.
Chicken of the Opera.
And should be a Kiss show. The Blue Chicken.
Yeah.
The Blue Chicken Group.
The chicken of the opera is here.
He said, kind of alive on stage with effects and everything else, but also semi-autobiographical thing about 4 knuckleheads off the streets of New York that ends with the last third as a full-blown celebration, a full-on performance. Not with us.
Isn't a biopic
Although not a problem stepping in every once in a while.
being made of Kiss's story?
I
thought there was.
thought there
Or
was.
Maybe there was just rumors
No.
of that.
No, I think you're right about that, Steve.
So if they did a version of Cats with chickens, would it just be called chickens?
It'd be called chickens.
Yeah.
And what about hair? Would it be called feathers?
Chicken hair.
Okay.
Chicken hair.
Hair, chicken hair, long chicken hair.
You got to have the word chicken in there.
You do. Listen, we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of when Corey Feldman sang to his wife. Do you guys want to hear that? If you guys haven't cringed enough this morning,
I'm down with it. How about you, Preston?
Go ahead.
I think it's springtime.
On our
Fellas
show?
doing-
No.
No.
His reality show. By the way, the wife has since left him. You got to watch the video. He's so nervous.
I don't know if I can handle this.
This is in the backyard of their house. He has a little band there.
Springtime flowers bloom.
Oh, my God.
Every mystery never come too soon. Bedtime like the magic in the mirror.
Oh, man. She's walking down the aisle like, oh, my God, what the freak am I doing?
And then he hired a real singer.
A real singer.
Stars up to the moon. When you leave, you're gone too.
Oh, dude, I can't. I'm sorry. I haven't had any coffee today. That hurts.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to do it. Is that
Springtime
okay?
flowers bloom.
Oh, it's just terrible.
Air of mystery.
I did find a YouTube video called Opera Chicken, Steve. And I have no idea what it sounds like because I'm watching it on the screen with the Preston and I share. But maybe we can pull that audio. I bet you Opera Chicken's better than Corey Feldman.
Absolutely. I couldn't get into that arena because Opera Chicken had booked it.
All right. That's all we have time for in music news, my friend. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Maybe we'll have Opera Chicken. Yes. I don't know. But we'll wrap up the show when we get back. Stay with us. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker! I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, A famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh,
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
Well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
Yeah, it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
You can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round.
It's a
and then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamony's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or you're just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from
As MMR rocks the Firefly Festival, September 22nd through the 25th at the Woodlands in Dover, Delaware. Green Day, My Chemical Romance, Weezer, and dozens more bands and artists spanning various musical genres. Tickets are on sale now via fireflyfestival.com. Complete details at WMMR.com. Brent, you're one of our big-time concert goers. You ever been to Firefly?
I have not. I've been to a number of festivals, never been down to Firefly. I've been to Dover, obviously, for all the NASCAR races and stuff, but never made it for the music fest down there. It sounds like a good time. A lot
My
of
wife
people.
did the second or third one. I forget what the bill was, but it's big. It's sprawling.
Was it a Paul McCartney year, or was it a Red Hot Chili Peppers year? I know Tom Petty was one of the headliners.
It was
one
probably
year.
Tom Petty.
Yeah.
She's a massive fan. So
Yeah, very cool.
So Tattoo Day. Got a winner. We'd like to congratulate Susie Cream Cheese from Barn Door, Pennsylvania.
I love her. She's great.
Yep.
She knows comedy.
Yep, she's good. And she gets $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And where is it?
Bottom one, last one.
All right, thank you.
And don't
Amen.
forget, Tattoos and the President Steve Show is presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Actually, our winner was Dave Arman from Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania.
yay.
So he's going to get it. What's up on the show today, Brent?
Coming up on the program, Workforce Block. Speaking of the Beastie Boys, today marks the 35th anniversary of the License to Ill tour. That was in Philadelphia. It was them and Run DMC, hence the Run DMC shirt today. So we're gonna do some B-Boys. We got a block of Queen on the way, and today is also the anniversary of Eric Clapton's the release of his solo debut album. So we're going to play some Clapton this morning, plus more double shots, and we got the coffee break coming up.
Cool. Want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. And then finally, Wilmington University. You can go to wilmu.edu, dual credit. That's wilmu.edu. Dual credit. Tomorrow on the program, Wednesday, secret text word, Fox Good Day. Yep, we'll do those things. We'll fill in the blanks. We'll have a good time. I'll bet you we will enjoy our company together. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.